дорогие участники, уже 14-го российского форума.
Good morning, dear participants of the 14th Russian Internet Governance Forum. We have started the broadcast, and it has already become our habit to operate in this hybrid mode. In 2019, we celebrated 25 years of the .ru domain. If you remember, at that time, we had a massive event, and then in 2020, we had to skip the conference, and now this is another jubilee year for the .ru domain. On the 7th of April, it was a major celebration at the Russia International Forum exhibition, and we will keep having a series of various events dedicated to the 30th anniversary of the .ru throughout the year. And since 2020, we have been organizing this conference in the hybrid mode. We have registrations from 20 different countries, 20 different jurisdictions, which is not a bad result for a national internet governance forum. We registered more than 700 participants, and we are ready to open our 14th RIGF. I wanted to just say that every year we select an overarching theme for the conference, and this year the organizing committee decided to focus on information security. There will be several sessions during the forum dedicated to this theme. We will be talking about that today and tomorrow. Another important topic is regulation of artificial intelligence, and we are going to mention that also during the opening ceremony, and also the Global Digital Compact in 2023. Russia made its contribution. In 2024, the draft document is under discussion. Various countries contributed their proposals. In 2025, hopefully, the document will be signed at the international level. The United Nations Secretariat is managing the whole process. And now I'd like to give the floor to Tatiana Matveeva, head of the Department of the Presidential Administration for the Development of ICTs and Communications Infrastructure. Good morning, dear friends. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone at the 14th Russian Internet Governance Forum. Indeed, 2 days ago, we celebrated 30 years of the Russian segment of the global internet. And thanks to the active consolidation of the governments and business efforts, today RUNET is a stable and a sovereign platform. It enables all of us to communicate openly and comfortably. And probably we are the only country that has technology sovereignty and sufficient number of our own services, including search engines, social media, financial and banking services, online movie theaters, etc., etc. Not every country has all these assets and at the same time. So that's on the one hand. And on the other hand, here in Russia, the access to the internet is one of the cheapest anywhere in the world. Local residents have plenty of opportunities and comfortable services to do their affairs online. And in Europe, we are ranking as the country with the topmost number of internet users, and we are in the 6th place around the world in terms of internet penetration. That is to say, the number of users per 1,000 residents. 103 million people is the daily RUNET audience. Compared to 2004, the daily audience grew 19-fold, 19. Speaking about the economy, the RUNET economy today is estimated to be 15.4 billion rubles, and digital content segment accounts for 119.7 billion rubles. This is the statistics of 2021, which is 21% more than I'm sorry, that's the statistics for 2023, which is 21% more than in 2022. New technologies are emerging all the time, including artificial intelligence. This requires new approaches to the development of this technology, and what should be the soft law to enable the progress of technology, and at the same time to uphold the interests of the citizens, and to make sure that the new technologies arrive here safely and do no harm. We have a strategy for the implementation of artificial intelligence in Russia until the year 2030. And thanks to the active position of local companies who are leaders in the field of AI, the code of ethics was developed and signed. Probably we are the first country in the world that developed such a code and had it signed by the stakeholders. Now a lot of not just Russian companies, but also international companies have already joined or adhered to this code of ethics. So there is something that there is an experience that we can share. It's a best practice that we can share with the international community and to expand our international cooperation. Another important milestone is the social responsibility of the IT giants, which was to establish a children's protection society or an alliance. That's when our leading corporations joined, and now they or put their efforts together, and they are creating services to make the internet safe and comfortable for the children so that they can communicate there safely and consume the content, but at the same time they need to be protected there from bullying and the destructive content and other challenges of the times, including fraud or psychological pressure that can be put on them online. That's why we believe that the Runet space today is a comfortable place where we can all communicate and develop and aspire for a better future. The future depends on us, including the future of the internet. And I hope that today the forum is going to offer new perspectives and produce some insights in terms of how we can build the future together. Generally, we are open to the dialogue on matters related to international cooperation in the field of the internet governance. And Russia is willing to host the 20th Internet Governance Forum in 2025. We hope that a lot of international guests will be coming here. And here at the Russian side, we'll be able to discuss together with the experts how we can build the future together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tatiana. 2025 is actually the year when the third mandate for IGFs will expire for the United Nations. There is this huge discussion. I'm sure that we will have a conversation around that as well. What should be the mandate for the next 5 or say 10 years?
Для диалога этого уже мало, и уже представители...
Because it's not enough just to have a site for a discussion. Several stakeholders are already saying that maybe a document should be adopted, not necessarily a legally binding document, but some document that will identify the key directions of internet governance development. 85% of the Russian population, well, almost 86% of the population has access. In Russia has access to the internet. We set records in terms of the number of users, both in the .rf, .ru, and .su, and also the domains such as .moscow, .dt, .tatar, and others. I mean, we are setting records across all our domain areas, and in the last 30 years, RuNet undertook a long and a challenging journey. During the first 10 years, the government did not interfere into the development of the RuNet, and after that, the government started paying more and more attention to that area. And now we're talking about, legislation and regulation, and I'd like to invite Alexander Hinstein now to take the floor. Mr. Hinstein is the State Duma Committee on, is the chairman of the State Duma Committee on Information Policy, Technologies and Communications. Well, yes, thank you very much. Can I speak from over here? Because whenever a parliamentarian sees a rostrum, the rostrum calls to every parliament delegate. So colleagues, congratulations on the 30th anniversary of the RuNet. I can see people in the room who look much younger than RuNet. So it means that you were already born in the internet age. And you see life differently from those who were born without those tools. The internet has already dramatically changed our lifestyles. It made some of our dreams come true. One of the key elements of every network of the internet is to level the field out. We are a big country. We have many time zones. Some of us got lucky and we were born in megapolises. Others, well, they were born somewhere in a tiny village. A long way away from the big cities, but everyone in the country should have the same opportunities in terms of, access to information, and the internet provides that even access and fair access to information. We, as experts say, we are currently living through the fifth industrial revolution. And the government and the society at large now appreciates how important the internet is. We all pay great attention to its development. There are measures of social support. There is social advertising online. But I think it's clear to everyone that today the government understands and appreciates its degree of responsibility in terms of the use of the internet by the society, by the people, and in terms of how internet can be used to develop the country. Artificial intelligence, one of the key topics of today's agenda, is not the only aspect of the internet that matters. RuNet is part of the global network, and at the same time, we are unique because in our territory, we managed to build and shape the infrastructure of the so-called safe internet, safe RuNet. In 2017, 2018, people were skeptical when first efforts were made to build a sovereign RuNet, but now it's a fact. It's a fact of life. We understand and we accept that there is traffic filtration, that there is blocking of prohibited resources, that there is a fight against cybercrime. All of this wouldn't be possible without proper regulation and without the implementation of various technology mechanisms. It's important that we haven't gone the way of, say, North Korea, and we didn't build a fence around our borders. Today, our internet is a frontier in itself, but it's a penetrable frontier. Anyone with good faith, anyone with good intentions, anyone who operates legally can penetrate that frontier. But it becomes an impenetrable frontier for those who want to abuse the internet to distribute negative content, to commit fraud and other crimes there. Of course, we will continue upgrading the internet technologies and the internet as such. We will continue working to improve the protection mechanisms, the security mechanisms. Last Saturday, the Russian president signed the law on abolishing the so-called telecom slavery. When the law was in the process of adoption, the lobbyists fought hard. That whole apartment buildings were taken by one specific provider, blocking the residents from using services from other providers. Now, this practice will be brought to a stop. More than 87% of the households in Russia have access to the internet, and by 2030, we should reach 97% penetration according to the presidential orders. And if people have no access to the internet, I mean, we may develop whatever new technologies. But remember your school in the Soviet times when we didn't have computers, but we had computer science, and the teachers used to draw computers on the blackboard to explain to the school kids what a computer looked like. Now, today the law says that everyone has the right to choose their provider for telecom services, including household internet services. And I'm sure that this is going to provide an impetus to the development of the internet audience. On Tuesday, the state parliament will adopt another law to simplify the procedure of blocking the so-called mirror sites of pirate sites. We are going to fight piracy as well. We will always be falling back on the position of the community and of the users. It's very important for us that the initiatives under development, the initiatives considered by the Russian parliament would be relevant and would be up to date, would matter, would be realizable, would be feasible. We can't have a Telegram 2.0 scenario repeated when the government adopts a law and then the law can't be implemented, and as a result, the law is discredited and the government is discredited. I'm talking about this here in this room because a forum like this one is very important for the government, because this is where all the ideas and proposals are generated that later we will be taking on board. We have about 120 people in the State Duma Committee on Information Policy, Technologies, and Communications, including colleagues who have experience or had experience in the internet field. Well, for instance, we also have an expert committee, and Andrei Vorobyov is a member of our expert committee, for instance. So we send out all the draft laws, all the bills, all the proposals to the members of our expert committee. And if it's a really, vital issue, then it will be widely discussed. So today and tomorrow, during the forum's hours, I'm sure we'll hear more specific proposals and ideas that we will take on board. We'll work with them. The internet teaches us the lesson of openness and being able to listen and hear. And or even if we are thousands of kilometers away from each other, we can still communicate. This is the model of the society and the government, and how they interact and how they collaborate, when in a couple of clicks you can get through to the person you want to talk to, and the forum was one of those 2 clicks, really. So I wish you a fruitful day, 2 days, the forum days. Looking forward to hearing more proposals from you. Right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hinstein. And definitely the resolution of the forum will be disseminated to all the authorities, to the relevant bodies, including the expert community and the State Duma. And now let's start a video that Chingitai Masango recorded, pre-recorded. Mr. Masango, who is the head of the office with UN Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum. Masango Chingitai came to Vladivostok in 2018 when at the Far Eastern University we hosted the Asian Pacific Internet Governance Forum. And now let's give the floor to Mr. Masango with video.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to join you on the occasion of the 2024 Russian National Internet Governance Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate one of the founding stakeholders of the Russian IGF.RU on its 30th birthday. I also want to commend the Russian IGF, the organizing committee, and the stakeholders for the role and the example they have set for multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration in the internet governance sphere. You continue to demonstrate this commitment in your national processes and active participation in global processes such as the IGF, contributing to creating a secure and accessible digital future for all. We find ourselves at a moment of reflection and evolution on the governance of the internet and digital governance as a whole. The forthcoming negotiations of the member states for a global digital compact is a significant opportunity for the world to agree on shared principles for our digital environment. We are also approaching the review of 20 years of the World Summit on the Information Society, when we will reflect on what has been done so far, what gaps still need to be bridged, and how. The technological landscape is also changing. We are witnessing the growing integration of digital tools and services in our everyday lives, from large language modules to augmented reality. Our education, healthcare, and labor markets are rapidly transforming. But while digital innovations have demonstrated great potential for immense good, they also pose risks. For example, cyber attacks are becoming more sophisticated, and deep fakes are easier to create and disseminate, massively threatening safety, trust, authenticity, and truth. Therefore, this momentum of change must be used to mitigate and prevent harm and support good through the power of digital and effective governance. This is critical to achieving a human rights-centered internet that is accessible, affordable, safe, and secure for everyone, everywhere. The IGF 2024 process is committed to continue to provide a platform for all stakeholders from all parts of the world to come together and join forces to offer good ideas and ways forward. Through our intercession activities, the community works on unpacking the most pressing issues on cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, internet fragmentation, and meaningful access by identifying gaps and exploring best practices and ways forward. With your help and participation, we aim to pave the way for a more inclusive, secure, and sustainable digital future. The 19th annual IGF meeting, hosted by the government of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh from the 15th to 19th of December 2024, is also on track to support this endeavor.
Thank you very much, Changitai. Well, indeed, in Riyadh, there will be the global RGF hosted, so Internet Governance Forum hosted. So if you'd like to be a participant, if you want to perhaps organize sessions or discussions, April is the deadline for submitting your proposals. We're already in the process of collecting all the inputs and again, proposals and submissions. But you see that every speaker today who has already taken the floor has mentioned cybersecurity and information security. So it's very opportune that we will now pass the floor to Alexander Shoitov, Deputy Minister of Digital Development, Communications and Mass Media of the Russian Federation. There are various initiatives now underway to fight phishing attacks. Phishing is growing not just in Russia, but also around the world. It's been 2 years that the ministry has been drafting the relevant law. Well, it's wonderful that I learned this from you here at the forum. Well, it's been 2 years, you say. How interesting. Right. Now, colleagues, welcome on behalf of the Ministry of Digital Development at the RIGF. During these days, we are celebrating 30 years of the Eurozone. In the past 3 decades, RUNET has grown from a local information exchange system available only to the geeks all the time to being a global network, which is part of the international internet. Despite all sanctions, RUNET is still developing very successfully. The RUNET economy is demonstrating significant success, and RUNET audience is growing at a fast pace. The technical experts, the scientific and business community, the internet community, and the government are working to boost the development of the internet. We enable exchange of information, and at the same time, we introduce original products and services. We do export the replacement. You know that in an international arena, we call for the adoption of equal, and fair, and just internet governance mechanisms on the multi-stakeholder basis, so that there wouldn't be any pressure put on the governments via the digital sector. Every year we face new challenges. We efficiently counter risks, including cybercrime risks. A lot of work has already been done and continues to be done in the matter of ensuring reliable, stable, and robust operation of internet in Russia. A lot is still to be done when we are migrating to the data economy model. By 2030, we should be already operating this new paradigm of the data economy. And for this, we need to have technology to fight fraud, crime. We need to use artificial intelligence to counter cyber attacks. And you, the participants of the RIGF, are dealing with all these tasks. RIGF is a platform for direct dialogue between authorities and the community. The proposals from the forum are implemented regularly. I wish you successful work for the benefit of RUNET. Great, thank you very much, Alexander. Straight to the point, as always. Now we are going to have now another speaker who is going to join us online. So I wanted to thank you very much for coming here to talk to the participants and to the press directly from our room. But now I'd like to give the floor to Alexei Borodin, the Director General of the RSS Executive Committee. If Alexei is with us, can we please have him on the screen? Can you? Okay. Hi, Alexei. Alexei, the floor is yours. Right, good morning, and thank you very much. Esteemed guests, dear participants of the forum, for me it's a great pleasure to welcome you at the forum. I'm abroad now, and I couldn't join you today in person, but I'm using internet to address you now. I think that this is as good as a testimony of the importance of our work as any other. We are currently in the 30th year of the data registration. In Russia, it's an important anniversary. On the 7th of May, we will be celebrating the Day of Radio. And for me, these 2 days are interlinked. Internet grew substantially at first, well, owing to radio technology and to the distribution of mobile communications. But we will witness the second wave in the surge of the internet dissemination, thanks to the low orbit satellite systems. It will be a breakthrough in terms of the accessibility and affordability of various services and applications. However, we must remember about the challenges and the risks. At the moment, there are only 2 such systems. There are international systems, and there are signs of an artificial monopoly associated with them. At the moment, there are no proper international regulation to enable their access to national markets. There is no regulation or governing the quality of their services. There are also concerns about the safety of such systems, including the security of the user data and also the government data. If in the past the internet followed the rules of the telecom industry, which was quite a natural way for it to develop, the regulations would be adopted, the requirements would be set, the licenses would be issued. Now, the internet comes from the sky directly, bypassing the governments, bypassing the regulations and rules. And of course, this is not acceptable. Another important driver of the internet is artificial intelligence. Many experts in the room they know the challenges related to this technology better than me. However,
второстепенного характера, то есть носящим скорее...
Probably we pay too much attention to the, entertainment aspect of the AI, like ChatGPT, generating images, pretty pictures. But I think that we should be more mindful about the essence of this technology, math, cybernetics, and the large language models. The digitized objects of the written culture. Artificial intelligence is software, but it needs to have some inputs that they would process to generate the outputs. So for me, as a representative of regional international organization, the integrity and the functioning of the national segments as elements of the regional infrastructure is one of the key priorities. GRONET today has already gone beyond the Russian borders. Obviously, GRONET it speaks various languages of the countries from our region, including many ethnic national languages in Russia. They all make up an important cultural space in the internet. So we need to work towards integrity and unity and safety of the internet. I wish everyone productive work, and thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Алексей.
Thank you, Alexei. Well, actually, colleagues from the digital economy, they keep insisting that we're already living in the age of the digital economy, data economy, and we have outgrown the idea of the digital sovereignty, and now we live in the age of digital leadership. Now I'd like to give the floor to Vadim Glushenko, the director of the Center for Global IT Operation. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yes, it's my pleasure to continue this opening ceremony speaking about the international aspect, if you remember, Chingitai Masango mentioned that the Russian expert community is an important participant in the internet governance ecosystem. It's an important player, and it is true. The interest of the Russian expert community to the United Nations IGF is growing. Our delegation is usually headed by the Deputy Minister of Digital Development, Mr. Shvoitov, and also Mr. Hinstein is they're also our advocates, and they are our voice. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs are involved actively, and the Russian industrial business industries and Russian businesses are also very interested in becoming a stakeholder in this process. In Kyoto last year, the largest group of stakeholders were business representatives, 32%, so twice as many as the year before. Civil society, 24%, and in the third place with the 16% of representatives were the governments. I think that this year we're going to have more or less the same breakdown. So together with Ms. Matveyeva and other colleagues, I'd like to call upon everyone to consolidate our efforts. Russia has a chance of hosting the IGF next year. It will be the 20th anniversary year for IGF, so we should not miss the chance. We should organize the IGF at the highest possible level. We're in the process of collecting proposals on sessions to be taking place in Riyadh in December. The 30th of April is the deadline for submitting your ideas. So our Center for Global IT Cooperation is willing to offer its support. We have the competencies last year together with the .ru Center. We organized a record number of sessions at an IGF, 7 sessions. It was for the first time of Russia's, record with IGFs. We moderated that many sessions, and you know that according to the UN criteria, we can't have a Russian session, and that's why we have engaged colleagues from other countries, friendly countries, and colleagues from more than 10 other countries participated in our sessions. So I'd like to wish all delegates to the forum a lot of productive work, and I call upon you to get actively engaged in organizing the IGF this year and next year too. Right, thank you, Vadim. Vadim and I, we will be present here at the forum for the next 2 days as co-organizers. Now I'd like to give the floor to the managing director of the AI department of Sberbank, Andrei Neznamov. We are going to have a ceremony of assigning the code of ethics. Yes, colleagues, I'm here as an expert from the code of ethics community. You already know that Russia developed an important tool to support the secure development of artificial intelligence. This mechanism is getting stronger month on month because we are joined constantly by companies from around the world. And today we've got companies from more than 20 countries of the world who have already signed our code. And that's why it's very important that today we will be welcoming several more companies, and this is the ceremony that we're going to have right now. The more signatories of the Code of Ethics, we have the better. The Russian president is aware of the Code of Ethics, and I'd like to give the floor now to Tatiana Matveyeva as the representative of the Office of the Russian President. Well, I don't know what I could add to what has already been said on the code of ethics. I wanted to perhaps express our gratitude to the business that turned out to be very responsible and developed this document. The document was prepared jointly by the representatives of the academic community, by the business community, and the government. The document is a balanced one. The document does not limit the development of the technology, but it creates an ecological environment, a trusted environment to implement these technologies in practice. The code of ethics is not a mere declaration, it's a working tool because there's a commission on ethics as a working mechanism of this code. If companies or the signatories run into ethical issues when developing artificial intelligence, the Commission helps them deal with those issues. Hopefully soon we are going to have the white book, the collection of best practices, the solutions that have already been identified by the community when tackling this or that ethical issue. So this whole story is really not just words. It's very practical. It's very hands-on, and we are very happy to welcome the new signatories of this code of ethics.
Коллеги, я приглашаю тогда на сцену. Вот здесь вот встанем. У нас электронное будет подписание. Сейчас
Okay,
расскажу.
colleagues, we are going to do the electronic signing. So I'd like to
У нас
invite
присоединяется
to the stage the following companies. Sergey Bogdarenko, the General Director of Digital Economy, not-for-profit organization. Andrei Kuzmichov, Head of Runity.
Алексей Владимирович Парфун,
Alexei
сопредседатель по
Parfum,
искусственному интеллекту АКАР.
co-chair of the ACAR
Алексей Анатольевич
AI
Назаренко, исполнительный директор
committee.
компании Дом Клик.
Alexei Nazarenko, the General Director, Executive Director of Dom Click. Елена Кучерявая, Director for Legal Issues with Splot Global. The signing of the Russian Code of Ethics is done using electronic signature, government key. I know that many of you are already using that system. And colleagues, now, well, you can see how this is done. Please open the Gosключ, the government key application, and please click that button. Join the Code of Ethics.
Спасибо большое. Кодекс подписан.
Right. Thank you very much. Now the code is signed.
Пожалуйста, направляйте
And
заявление.
everyone who would also like to sign this code, please send your application to our commission. We will welcome new participants gladly. And now we welcome all these companies in the community of responsible developers.
Теперь надо все соглашения.
And this is how you do it now. I mean, it's so fast, amazing. It's fast and it's safe. Now, I'm going to get our opening ceremony speakers to the press area, but now I will be leaving you with the moderator of the first session of the day. Silaryuk Alexey from the Digital Economy will be moderating the first morning session. And all the speakers, you know who you are, please gather on the stage.
Спасибо. Коллеги, работаем без перерыва. Сразу к первой сессии переходим.
Thank you, colleagues. There will be no coffee break at this point. We will start our first session immediately. I'd like to invite now Vladimir Dozhdyov. Mr. Dozhdyov is the Director of Digital Technologies Department at the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Sergey Blogodarenko, please stay with us, General Director of the Digital Economy Organization. Alexander Pavlov, I know I saw you, Mr. Pavlov. You were here. I remember seeing Alexander. Are you in the room? Well, I will kindly ask the organizers to find Mr. Pavlov for us. Glushenko Vadim is. Are you going to stay? Good, good. Vadim Glushenko is the director of the Center for Global IT Cooperation, and Evgeny Buranayev, professor at Tech, head of the Applied AI Center.
Группы АИРе. Вот. Александр Сергеевич, я надеюсь, сейчас подойдет.
Doctor of Science is now. Hopefully, we'll be able to find Mr. Pavlov. Okay, let's start our first session, which is dedicated to data economics, international cooperation, and technological leadership. It's rather difficult to discuss this topic in 2024. You're all aware of the multiple sanctions imposed on Russia in March. The forum of Rosatom was organized in Sochi, and participants from 75 countries of the world came to the forum. We see that there is still a lot of interest to Russian technologies and Russian science. This tells us that if a company is a technology leader, it's not that easy to remove it from the international landscape by a political decision. Many experts say that following this that currently new blocs, new coalitions of countries are forming, including technology coalitions. Russia is now chair in the BRICS community, which creates more opportunities for Russian business and government to promote their digital agenda. We'll talk about all of that with the speakers. We'll talk about the measures of government support to the domestic software. We'll talk about the countries with which we are cooperating at the moment, as well as the barriers that exporters encounter. And I'd like to first start a video. It will be a video that was pre-recorded by Xia Yui from the China Academy of Information and Communications Technology, CAICT.
Morning, everyone. This is Xiao Yu from CICT, and it's my honor to give a presentation and share some ideas of what we have been doing in China regarding to the digital economy. Now, the whole globe is considering digital economy as a more advanced economic stage, and I think this is also the case in Russia. Well, in China, we developed a framework including 4 pillars: digital industrialization, industrial digitalization, digital valorization, and digital governance, in order to better describe it. And we CICT has done an estimation of the scale of China's digital economy, and will reach 60 trillion in the year 2025. Also, the central government of China is paying great attention on the Digital China strategy, as you can see from the architecture on the right side of the slide. Well, starting from that, I will share with you 2 practices that CICT is doing. Well, the first one is in the field of industrial internet. We have been building the industrial internet identifier resolution system in China, which deals with identification and data problems in different industries. The system consists of 4 layers: root node, national top-level node, secondary node, and the enterprise node. We have been operating this system for more than 5 years, and now 344 secondary tier nodes, which connect 400,000 enterprises, are already online, covering 31 provinces and 46 industries, and we have issued 468 billion unique identifiers in total. Also, we have concluded 18 major application scenarios, including supply chain management, product traceability, product lifecycle management, etc. I'll not go into details as time is limited. The other big project in the field of blockchain, we have been building a permission public blockchain infrastructure called XinhuoBF, which is one of the largest scaled blockchain in China. It consists of 2 layers, including main chains and side chains. And up to now, we have 11 supernodes and more than 30 backbone nodes in mainland China. We also provide public services like digital asset service, supply chain finance services, etc. We attach great importance in international corporations, and we have the global extension of Xinhua, which is called Astron. We also promote the use of Astron internationally through different mechanisms, including G20, BRICS, SCO, etc. And maybe we can have more corporations under these mechanisms. Now we already have 2 international supernodes, one in Malaysia and one in Macau, China. We are planning to have another 2 in Hong Kong and Singapore this year. We have conducted cross-border applications in the field of digital trade, as carbon neutrality, cross-border data flow, and decentralized identity. Now we have applications like certificate of origin cross-border verification with Malaysia partners, product carbon footprint traceability with European partners, and we also provide infrastructure services for multinational corporations like Siemens, SAP, Panasonic, etc. Well, these are the 2 applications that I have mentioned previously. In the case of certificates of origin, we use cryptography skills in order to do online verification of the electronic version of COO rather than using the paper-based one. We are also applying these kind of mechanisms in other trade documents, and we are piloting with Singapore partners in the field of EBL. Also, to deal with CBAM and the battery laws of Europe, we need to create trust between the 2 economies, and we are trying to do it using our blockchain infrastructure, Astron. Well, at last, I will give a very brief introduction of who we are. The full name is China Academy of Information and Communications Technology, and we are under MIT of China. We have 2 positions, top specialized think tank for the government and innovation the development platform for the industry. We have more than 5,000 employees, and we are focusing on 4 research areas, including communications, digitalization, security, policy. CICT is the only ICT innovation platform in China that integrates strategy and policy research, new technology research, standard development, testing, the certification, and the industrial promotion. Well, thank you. Hope you have a successful conference and look forward for more cooperations in the future. Thank you.
Спасибо, коллеги. Владимир Станиславович, теперь переходим в российскую специфику, в российскую реальность. Минпромторг России, он активно
Okay, let's talk about the Russian position on digital economy. We know that Russian Ministry
Минпромторг является центром компетенции для цифровых атташе, для международного взаимодействия, для поддержки экспорта. Расскажите, пожалуйста, про эту деятельность и куда обращаться экспортерам сегодня.
Now, what should exporters do if they want to engage in international cooperation?
Сложности и трудности
Good morning, everyone.
несмотря ни на какие ограничительные режимы, интерес к международной кооперации в этой области будет только расти.
Despite all the challenges, interest in international cooperation is growing. There are more and more international projects, and they will continue to multiply with the companies and with the governments who are interested in building their own technology agenda. We already have numbers. The IT exports is growing year on year, and the number of contacts is also on the rise. And I'm talking about contacts with specific countries, with specific customers. There is indeed a lot of interest to solutions, be they software or hardware solutions, but there is also a lot of interest to partnerships, organizing joint ventures, joint teams, maintaining systematic contacts. No country is capable of building through and through an in and out technology chain. That's why obviously there will be more demand for international communication and cooperation. We should respond to this demand. We have been supporting IT exports for many years. You may have heard that during the second package of IT support measures, the government decided to set up a special division of the so-called digital attaches. They are government officials who work in trade representative offices. So they are employees of the say diplomatic mission, the trade representative office of Russia abroad. But these attaches, 100% of their time dedicate to IT exports support. This includes IT services, hardware, devices, equipment, components, software, everything that is related to the high-tech exports. The work is underway. By the end of this year, we should have 35 attaches in 35 Russian trade representative offices. So there will be people who will be supporting you 100% of their time. 14 of those attaches already working in the countries of Southeast Asia, in the Middle East, in the countries of the Eurasian Economic Union. We started with Argentina, Vietnam, Malaysia, next UAE, South Africa, India, and other countries have already joined, and we keep expanding the geography of the attaches presence. So again, hopefully by the end of this year, all the target regions will be fully supplied with relevant representatives. Why we didn't fill all of the 35 vacancies on day one? Well, because we are looking for the right people. We need to find people with the competencies and with the skills. Like I said, these attaches, they are government offices, so they must be they must meet the requirements that are set to civil servants, and they also should have relevant experience. So there is a lot of work involved in the recruitment process. The requirements to the candidates are very high. Besides, they need to undergo trainings. They need to be aware of the state-of-the-art solutions from the leading Russian exporters. So again, these people must be trained. They are attending courses. They are attending internships before they are posted in a new jurisdiction. So again, it takes a lot of work, consistent work, but the feedback that we have been receiving about the ones that are already posted is very positive. The companies appreciate the support that they're getting locally. And Russian exporters in a particular country can immediately be briefed about the potential customers, about potential industries, about the local tender procedures, about the attractive, segments of the economy. I mean, all of this work, all of this information is collected by the Trade Representative Office, including those digital attaches, exporters attaches. The Russian companies saved time in establishing contacts with the local companies. And otherwise, those attaches are facilitating the smooth entry of the Russian companies to foreign markets. We also organize regularly the webinars in all the countries where we already have attaches posted. Last year we had 6 webinars. This year 16 have already been scheduled, and the first one will be taking place on the 17th of April. It will be a webinar dedicated to Indonesia and its market, and then every 2 weeks we plan to have such sessions with exporters, potential exporters, to answer their questions about the special rules that apply to a particular country or a jurisdiction, and perhaps answer the questions about specific projects, helps the exporters package their projects and support them. We also participate in third-party conferences. At one of such conferences, we will be organizing a mini forum with the participation of our digital attachés. You'll be able to meet them, establish contacts with them so that later you can contact them directly. That's just one of our lines of work. But this work is of paramount importance. Any interest that our IT companies or production manufacturing companies have, we will be willing to address and to support. Again, please contact the Ministry of Industry and Trade, or please contact the trade representative offices of Russia abroad directly. The interest to our solutions and products is growing, like I said, and this gives us energy. This actually
Спасибо. Владимир Святославович, пару вопросов на уточнение. Во-первых, с каким...
this actually provides us with the right attitude to our work. Well, can you give us any examples, any cases? I mean, I understand that perhaps you are on the NDAs, but maybe you can give us examples of where digital attachés have already helped companies without naming names. Yes, absolutely. I will not name any names, but we plan to publish a report actually sometime soon so that you can review the numbers yourselves. But speaking about industries, for instance, there are technologies for mining, and these technologies were introduced to some African countries' markets. There, the local customers want to get not a particular solution or one particular device. Their customers want a holistic solution, something that will help them set up a mining complex from scratch. Or, for instance, like the Chinese colleague was saying, when you build new infrastructure, for instance, you are, I don't know, working under the same restrictions under which Russian companies are operating. Foreign companies, they want to find resilient and secure solutions, and they want end-to-end solutions from communication services to data analysis, data analytics, customer relations solutions, telecom equipment. I mean, big sets, complexes that would be in demand in Asia and Africa and the Americas. As to the requests, we are getting, the simplest request to help Russian exporters to translate their presentations or to adapt their presentations to local conditions. And also, sometimes the request is to help Russian exporters find ways to talk to local governments, for instance, to organize high-level negotiations, to establish the first contact with the potential country of operations. And our trade representative offices help Russian exporters overcome that barrier. They help them to make their first steps, so that later the conventional business communication would go unhindered.
Сергей Александрович, во-первых,
Very well, Sergey Alexandrovich. Congratulations, actually, Sergey had his birthday. Well, yeah, well, thank you. I thought you were talking about the RUNET birthday, not mine. Well, we know that digital economy has been actively engaged in international cooperation for the past several years. What are your main achievements and what are your plans for 2024? Right, Alexei, thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate everyone on the RUNET birthday on the 7th of April at the Vdenha. We had a major celebration. We'd like to thank the .ru Center and the Ministry of Digital Development that helped organize this celebration. We went down to memory lane. We remembered how it all started 30 years back. We talked about the modern state of RUNET. And today's panel is called the Data Economics, Technological Leadership, and where all these things come together, digital economy for our organization. These topics are very close to our heart. We are working on all these topics with our stakeholders. Digital economy initiated the high-tech technologies roadmap last year. This includes quantum computing and artificial intelligence and everything else. And there is another roadmap for import substitution in 2022. Import substitution was boosted in the country because the government took a systematic approach to describing the IT landscapes, to identifying gaps, to see which of the Western technologies can be replaced by the domestic technologies, where we have the software, where we don't have the software, and how much it would take in terms of time and money to develop such software. Inside digital economy, there is a project office that monitors and supports the implementation of these roadmaps. As a result, we acquire expertise. The monitoring function is an important one, but it's a routine one. But we're also gaining expertise through communication with the excellence centers, with the industry committees, with the participants of the market. And in this regard, Alexei, can we start the slides, please? And also, I need a clicker. Right.
Можно делать. То есть действительно, благодаря событиям 22 года в России появляется
So
огромное
again, thanks to
количество
2022, Russia has generated already and is going to generate a lot of new software that can be sold inside the domestic market, that can be repurposed from one industry to another, and crazy things happen. For instance, there is, here are the slides. Excellent. The software that was developed for oil production can now be used in agriculture. Can you believe that? Another task that everyone is discussing is where to sell our software, to which of the countries can we sell our software. And for us to understand what can be done in partnership with the international markets, what are the new markets for us, perhaps we, together with the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the digital attaches, we research various markets. We take a country and we start analyzing it from all possible perspectives.
или не имеет смысла.
We need to understand whether
Мы понимаем очень
Russian developers, and when I say developer, I mean not just business, but also the government as well. For instance, our e-government services, can we replicate them in a particular country? Can we sell them to a particular other government? Well, all this activity led us to understand that we need to set up a leadership that we started. It's called the Center of Technological Leadership. It's called Tech Lead RF. It was started last year. It's a think tank, really, if you will. It provides support and expertise and does lots of other important and useful things. For instance, we produce a rating of the countries that can be seen as priority countries, destinations for our software developers. We
не какие-то голословные
developed a list of measures or indicators. It's pure math, really, that generates such a rating. We identified 3 groups of such countries. We presented it last year. Now we are populating these ratings, and we disseminate information about it. Group A, they are the most appealing sale markets. Obviously, they are countries of the BRICS
которые обладают
community and the Eurasian Economic Community. Group B in countries with certain economic, digital, or political restrictions, and Group C includes markets or countries
экономическим
that have a lot of economic, digital, or political restrictions.
мы брали в
And
расчет
as a result,
параметров. Ну вот я их перечислю, просто чтобы понимание, что мы,
we have,
собственно, оценивали.
like I said, we had a lot of different
Можно
parameters included here. We considered the status of the country, the size of its GDP, the presence of the trade representative office or the digital attaches, the import of a software by this country, the economic freedom index, the digital maturity index, the internet penetration index, the external trade, the language and culture barriers. We took the indices from the World Bank and IMF, the Heritage Foundation. We used lots of different sources. So we put them all together. We digitized them, and as a result, we arrived at this rating. So
Казахстан,
it may not be a surprise, but Kazakhstan, China, Belarus, Brazil, and India are the top 5 countries for the Russian software exporters, and all other countries are also rated here. You can draw conclusions on the basis of this chart. We get a lot of questions about China. How come China is in the top 5? China has all the software it needs. Well, actually, our math shows that apart from being a friendly country and a lot of integration that's happening between our countries, the size of the GDP, this trade volume with Russia, China still has a lot of potential for Russian exporters. And also, given the current geopolitical situation, the level of integration, economic integration, the political status of China acquired a lot of weight in this formula. The index of the digital maturity, the internet penetration index is also very high. The political and economic parameters play an important role in this rating, like I explained. You can't avoid it these days, and maybe it's not a bad thing because finally we start looking at the markets that in the past we never prioritized. Now we pay them a lot of attention. This is the first version of this rating. It's a new product. Today, together with the trade representative offices under the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we are building its second version. Our analysts, together with Karen Kazaryan, are running this project.
Надеемся, что это
It's
будет
the sense of technological possible for the Russian exporters to do in those countries. How much space is still left in the markets? Now, that's why we developed this kind of a navigator, this rating. Again, the rating is built by the sense of technological leadership. We invite everyone to join it. This is an interesting project. It's one of its 5 directions of work. AI is yet another line of work, international cooperation, what else? Scientific development
принесу на этой площадке. Начинаем
and
эту тему
technological
так
independence.
интеллигентно продвигать. Нам кажется, что технологическое лидерство как
We believe that technological leadership as an idea, as a phenomenon,
которое будет понятно
can be taken up as the new national idea that the government and the business will appreciate, that will be able to relate to. It is especially important for the young specialists, like space exploration used to be such an aim, such a northern star for the young Soviet scientists. And now the same task is present in Russia. Young Russian scientists need to find their guiding light, the Northern Star, and this could be such a guiding light.
Спасибо большое.
All right, thank you very much.
Да, коллеги, переходим тогда к Александру.
Very well, colleagues.
Альфред сегодня является таким
Let's
основным
turn to Alexander then.
и поддержки цифровой трансформации, технологического суверенитета, в том
The
числе
Russian Information Technology Development Fund
в
is
реализовании особо значимых проектов.
it finances important projects, and it's an institute of development for the exporters of Russian software.
Поддержки у вас есть? И какой деятельностью вообще занимается Арфрид в части международного взаимодействия?
Now, what can your fund offer in the field of international cooperation? Well, thank you and good morning and congratulations. I'd like to join everyone who have already congratulated you on the 30th birthday. People confuse Sergei's birthday with Ronet's birthday. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Anyway, so congratulations, everyone. We are very grateful to the colleagues who are advancing the community and the technologies that really matter for the industry.
Похоже на какое-то радиоустройство такое. Первый раз такое.
I've never seen a clicker like that. Oh, okay, got it.
Хотел здесь тоже добавить вот то, что Владимир Святославович уже озвучил. Понятно, что здесь мы в своей части большой...
Well, maybe repeating some of the things that you have already heard from the previous speakers.
О тех запросах стороны компаний, которыми нам обращаются, как мы их обрабатываем и как мы
But companies do come to us, and we are willing to offer our expertise and our help. The Russian information technology, we help to develop and scale perspective IT solutions. From 2022, the scale of our operations changed together with the regulators and with the developers.
Больше видим как раз ту задачу, которую мы сегодня обсуждаем, а именно продвижение на зарубежные рынки. Мы десятилетия интенсивно занимались ровно той задачей, к которой мы поступаемся. Это продвижение через различные инструменты своих
different tools to promote our solutions, to integrate them into various manufacturing processes. I think you know which processes I mean, because you are experts yourselves. Today, up until now, we have provided grants to 183 projects that cover new production technologies, new information technologies, information security.
И, кстати, благодаря грантовому инструменту вы вывели свои решения на рынок ровно тогда, когда уходили зарубежные вендоры.
Thanks to our grants, many of the Russian developers came to the market right on time when the foreign vendors were leaving. 22 of our projects have a special status. What makes them special is that they are implemented at the enterprises that suffered the most from the sanctions. These projects are prioritized, then they are scaled out to other industries, if possible.
деятельности продукта, его поддержки и обслуживания. Естественно, задача выведения таких решений на
So the
зарубежные.
idea is also to first pilot these projects in the domestic market and then launch them in the foreign markets.
С точки зрения нашего участия в задачах службы цифровых атташе, фонд проводил
You have already
обучение
learned about the service of digital attaches. Our
непосредственно
foundation, our fund, provided training to the candidates.
и в эту работу были вовлечены
Also,
на зарубежных рынках.
they came from the companies who were looking to find new international sales markets.
И те компании, которые выводили продукты на рынок до СВО, до появления этой конструкции. Это такая тоже большая работа проделана. Здесь мы благодарны коллегам и
And we are
Минпромторга.
grateful to our colleagues from the Ministry of Digital Development and the Ministry of Trade and Industry
Эта конструкция собиралась. Особо значимый проект.
for enabling that that process, that platform of training. As I have already said, there are some special projects that are implemented in the companies that are suffering the most from the sanctions. There are 22 of such projects all in all. And their representatives also participated as trainers in our training courses for the digital attaches. Here are our contacts. We always welcome any incoming requests, any questions. Please find us and reach out to us if you have any questions.
Будем рады ответить на вопросы. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
You.
Да.
Thanks.
Александр, а можно тоже один уточняющий вопрос по УЗП? В каких проектах
Alexander, I have a question, a quick one.
потенциал? Может быть, в тех, которые реализуются?
Which projects have the greatest export potential? Solutions locally in the country, in-house, so to say. And if the same company has some operations abroad and they're also using the Russian solutions there, then it's they are, I mean, they are big Russian companies that have projects internationally.
Спасибо. Владимир Владимирович, тогда к вам переходим. У Центра глобальной
Very well. The Center for Global IT Cooperation has a challenging mission to organize. Where is the clicker? Right. Can you pass it over to Vadim? So the center needs to enable international cooperation in the field of high technology solutions. What have you achieved so far? Colleagues, good morning. Well, actually, the Center for Global IT Cooperation was conceived as a think tank, as an intelligence center, but times change, and we now are engaged in various projects related to cooperation in the field of data economics and data management, and data security. They are all very hot topics. It would be too banal if I were to mention that data is the new oil. You know that very well, but all these things are broadly discussed at the United Nations and the Global Digital Compact that we'll be discussing later today has one of the sections that's dedicated to data management. At Riyadh in December, an IGF, the next IGF will be held. The international community has already made submissions on the topics to be discussed, and data management has always invariably been in the top 5 of the topics of interest. When it comes to technology transfer and data management, you can't have such a thing as too much international cooperation. It's wonderful that we have here with us the companies and the organizations that So we studied those markets in Southeast Asia, in Africa. And as we realized, Russian IT solutions are highly competitive. It goes without saying that the Russian IT industry took an enormous blow, but it became even stronger under those incredible sanctions. The Russian IT industry proved to be very stress resilient and is now capable of supplying customized, packaged, out-of-the-box solutions. And this actually increased its competitiveness. It made the foreign companies display more interest to the Russian solutions. Our center brings together experts and we produce, or they produce, a lot of intelligence. We analyze data circulation regulation, various markets, like I said, source of information. And we are willing to cooperate with all the stakeholders, including the ministries, and share the information. We have already met the digital attaches. Our center participated in the training of the first wave, of the first recruitment wave of those digital attaches, and we think that it's a very opportune decision to set up such a unit of those digital attaches. So once again, we are willing to support them and the trade representative offices of Russia abroad, and to offer this comprehensive solution to support Russian exporters. The comprehensive analysis of the markets and assessing their potential and the paying capacity, consulting on a turnkey basis, including legal, organization, marketing, accounting, and other support of the companies entering new markets. We are becoming a single point to which the companies turn when they want to start exporting to new destinations. We aim to set up a network of partner contacts in the friendly countries. What we have already done is we developed this marketplace of Russian digital solutions. It's a comprehensive tool to look for customers. I mean, our companies can use this tool to search for potential customers themselves. But again, here we're talking not just about software, but also about consulting or educational programs or other solutions, not just proper software. And besides, this marketplace contains key information about why Russia is an attractive exporter of digital solutions and why Russia is an attractive market to open your own business here. This marketplace contains a section on which steps foreign companies or businessmen need to undertake if they want to set up their business in Russia. So in conclusion, I would like to invite all interested parties, all stakeholders, all business representatives to provide us with the feedback about this platform. We are populating it now with content and products. So again, any feedback from you would be most welcome. Thanks. Thank you. Colleagues, now I'd like to give the floor to Evgeny. But I can see a comment on YouTube, so you can send your questions to the speakers, and we will leave 5 minutes for the questions from the audience. Evgeny, Skoltech is one of the 12, right? 12 AI research centers, one of the first actually AI centers, and lots of different technologies are originating from Skoltech. So what about your current international cooperation? Can you give us any examples of the projects? Where do the main opportunities for international technological cooperation lie? Okay, very well. Thank you very much. I even have a couple of slides with me. So yes, on the one hand, we are an academic institution. On the other hand, we are very much an applied institution. In the last 10 years, AI went a long way. Every couple of years, a new height is reached. You know that just a couple of years ago, we started using large language models, LLMs. During the next session, I will be talking about that in more detail. I just wanted to tell you that we have climbed to a new height, and it looks like a lot of new effects and applications can be generated on the basis of this latest technology. So we have started yet another race for technology. And when it comes to cooperation, when it comes to big corporations and technology companies in Russia and in the world, the companies are investing into R&D, which is somewhere between fundamental and applied science. Even certain fundamental research tasks are solved for the purpose of creating an applied application, if you will. It's no wonder that all major breakthroughs recently happened either inside corporations or in the companies that are one way or another associated with the big IT companies. It's also no wonder that the Russian Sber, Yandex, and other giants are investing into the LLMs, into integrating LLMs into their products and services. New professions are emerging, like trainers for these LLMs. Here are the current trends, I guess. In terms of technology, yeah, there are some sovereign technologies, including language assistants, marketplaces, messengers, or voice assistants, sorry. AI is embedded in all of these technologies. They adapt the services to the users. They can forecast, they can optimize their products that are based on AI already. There are self-driving vehicles. These are our own technologies, which is very, very positive. I've just come from China. I met with people from Chinese oil companies, and I could do the comparison because I know some Russian companies, oil companies, and how they are using AI for their own R&D. So I am now under an impression that in Russia things aren't going badly. Other indicators, there are already machine learning frameworks. We have our own LLMs and we have our own open source solutions. And perhaps our LLMs are lagging behind what bigger companies, international companies have, but still we are right on track. These sovereign technologies are catching up. It's not like it's something that we invented. It's rather our own technologies that were developed on the inventions of others. We have an AI research centers like, well, you already know that there are 6 centers that do fundamental research. And on the basis of that fundamental research, they generate frameworks for applied tasks. Skoltech is one of those 6 centers. For instance, one of the tasks that we're dealing with is forecasting the ice situation in the Arctic, or we are forecasting the probability of forest fires. We are also offering solutions to oil and gas industry. It's a class of tasks. It's rather fundamental. It requires a lot of science, and we are implementing these solutions very actively. Of course, the compared to what is being done in China or in the United States, the scale of our research is still relatively small because we simply do not have enough computing power and we don't have enough people. In every system that develops technologies, you always have the disruptors, the top scientists. Like ChatGPT, the group that developed ChatGPT, they have just a couple of leads, really, well, several leads, and others are highly skilled engineers capable of teamwork. But it's a huge pyramid, so the base of this pyramid in Russia is still pretty narrow, and we need to expand it. And of course, there is brain drain. We have to admit it, but this problem is pertinent not only to Russia, but to other countries as well. I have the names that you see on the slide now. They were born in Russia, but they left the country and they contributed to the development of AI in the United States, and they have no intention of going back home. In China, the situation is better. In China, people do travel to study, but then they come back. It's something that we need to learn from our Chinese colleagues. Speaking about China, and I believe that although China will be used in my subsequent slides as an example, but actually the same applies to other friendly countries. The number of events that are organized there and the quality of those events is extremely high. China is very much interested in expanding the contacts. If you review their strategy, first, they prioritize quality over quantity. China has already become a leader in scientific R&D, if you measure that in terms of patents or publications. Now China is searching for a strategy that will enable them not just to print out those publications, but to really become market disruptors. They are looking for black swans, and through sheer volume, most likely they will be able to find the black swans. They master new technologies. China has a strategy for the year 2030 that says that there should be government-owned companies that should produce services on the basis of generative LLMs. LLMs is not just about language, it's a general term that covers various generative aspects that are capable of processing all kinds of data and produce services for auto engineering or engineering drawings or designing production fields, etc. So basically, you can train these models with the data that these companies already have, and then the models will produce the services relevant and useful for the business. That's their strategy. Now, what can we say about our cooperation? Well, first of all, it's very important that what you do is visible outside. What does it mean? You can be a champion of your own backyard, but most likely at the level of the city, you will not stand a chance. You have to compete all the time, and you have to grow, and you have acquire new skills. The same in science, and especially in technology. You can't limit yourself to your own backyard.
Оценку вас
You have to always
момент. И в этом смысле
assess your current level of competence against peers. You have to have benchmarks. That's why you need to cooperate with others and learn from others. China, United Arab Emirates, and other jurisdictions are excellent benchmarks and excellent peers. Of course, it's very difficult to compete against China because they have so many top leads, top engineers, super skilled, super competent developers. But still, why should they want to cooperate with us? Well, because of the same logic. Because there is still geopolitics. They still want to compare themselves against others because they want to turn the quantity into quality.
программе развития
And
искусственного интеллекта
thanks
центром
to the program for the development of artificial intelligence, the first 6 centers that produced fundamental results, well, it's something that we can offer to them, and they would be interested. We are building our relations with the United Arab Emirates and China. In the UAE has an open lab at School Tech. The Sharjah University has a division on machine learning for biomedical applications. And we cooperate with them. We also have several joint programs with the Chinese universities, and we are currently considering the possible student exchanges with them. It's something that needs to be done. They believe that Russian mathematics school is very strong. That's what appeals to them, and it can give us the necessary momentum to improve our own quality. Perhaps they're not the easiest partners to deal with, but you have to work hard to get results.
что на самом деле, если мы говорим про вот это
And
вот
one other thing,
то надо
speaking
понимать
about this
немножко,
cooperation,
в случае с Китаем, ну, сложнее представить, чем в США, потому что люди
it's more difficult to envisage a brain drain towards China than towards the United States. And yes, people may travel to China for a year or two, but I doubt that people will be willing to stay there for forever. And when it comes to the technological cooperation in Russia,
развиваются, здесь есть
there is a big market for domestic technologies. The same applies to China. They have their own domestic market. So hopefully the competition will not be too fierce. And instead, this will be a foundation on which we can cooperate. Again, the seeds are already sown. The first steps have already been made. Russia has something to offer in terms of
тем, что
AI and fundamental research. The government provides its support. Big corporations are making big investments.
Это позволит эти точки роста развить в
These
гораздо
are the growth points that can develop into large-scale projects
в разных смыслах, как и в
that will bring income
разработках
in the
сервисов.
form of patents
Спасибо.
and earnings. Thank you.
Коллеги, есть небольшое время на вопросы, если есть из
Colleagues, we
зала.
have little time remaining for questions. If there are any questions in the room, please raise your hands. I will bring you a microphone, but I'll start reading the questions from the chat first. Digital economy, are you going to change your name to the data economics? Yeah, I saw that question in the
Роль
chat.
всех
Well,
участников процесса в сопровождении нацпроекта «Экономика данных» и цифровая трансформация государства. Полное название такое у него стало.
there is a international project that's called data economics. And yeah, basically we are ready and willing, the business and our founders, they support the idea because they have a vision for data-driven economy in their country.
Дело в том, что даже домен наш
And our name, we have a domain,
экономики
dataeconomy.ru.
данных.
This is the domain that we're
Другой
currently
вопрос.
using.
Экономика, а
So
домен.
the question is why our name is still digital economy, but the domain name of our organization is data economy. Well, it's a big question, but we are ready and willing to change our name to data economy. Okay, another question here. China as an attractive partner. Big Chinese banks are afraid of secondary sanctions. They don't accept payments from Russia. Now, this is a difficult question. I'm not sure if we have experts who would be able to answer the question now, but you know that there are still many imports coming from China, so probably there are ways.
Регуляторики нет, а значит,
AI breakthrough solutions in Russia. There is no proper regulation here. Nothing is regulated. Would there be any comments from the floor?
Передам вопрос коллегам. Регуляторика присутствует.
Well, the way I understand the question, well, first of all, there are experimental pilot projects where you can run pilotless vehicles, self-driven cars, taxis. They are pilot areas for AI. Regulation has been updated. The closer AI comes to the life and health of humans, AI solutions must be certified. In healthcare, there is the supervisory entity that decides whether an AI-based solution is compliant with the requirements of healthcare. And then such solutions are authorized to be used in diagnostics, for instance. There are 20 solutions like that have already been authorized. All self-driven taxis are also tested by a relevant authority before they are allowed on the roads. So there is already regulation. You can't say that there isn't any. As to international applications, well, at our organization, we believe that it's very important to display the effects from a particular invention.
Нужно, но сложно. А вот кейсы по внедрению берем отрасли.
The implementation cases. We have many cases for agriculture, processing industries, trade, smart cities. Now we've got AI cases in these verticals.
В большие кейсбуки, которые, собственно, и можно нести, в том
We
числе
produce casebooks that we can share with the international community to tell them, hey, guys, look, this is what we did, and these are the effects, the managerial effects, the social effects, the economic effects. We're willing to share our expertise.
У Евгения примеры, я могу точно вспомнить
And
биометрию.
Evgeny also had cases, like biometrics, for instance. Russian biometric solutions are used in many different places. Healthcare solutions, self-driven, Yango, rovers, taxis, they are being implemented abroad. Well, first of all, I think Russia has something to offer in terms of AI ethics. We are one of the leading countries in this respect. Just a couple of hours ago, several companies adhered to the code of ethics right in front of your eyes. And the code was so successful that international companies are also joining the code. You probably know that UN Secretary General
эксперты из всех, практически со всего мира, и они как раз...
The Office of the UN Secretary General has a committee of experts that's attached to the office, and they are currently developing an international document to govern artificial intelligence. Anna Abramova from the Institute of Foreign Affairs is a Russian expert on this board. Right, thank you very much, colleagues. I see that we have a question in the room. Evgeny Tankih is my name, Sergey. I've got a question too. I've got a question about your index, your rating. You said that as inputs you used on the other indices. Isn't it a risk? Because it takes time to collect the information, to process it,
Спасибо большое.
to
Я
publish
назвал
it, and the situation may change during that time. Well, I quoted the sources are still open to us. We didn't know that Karen has just left the room, but yeah, we
были разложены на несколько кучек, все такие исследователи и консалтеры, и мы показали, что кто-то берет открытые данные по правительственным каналам, кто-то их запрашивает, кто-то...
we obviously reviewed the data that we used in our ratings.
Как на нас смотрит международное сообщество и замеряет, нас стало сильно меньше. Мы используем те, которые остались.
There is now fewer data because Russia is less measured, if you will,
Поэтому,
by
конечно,
the
хотелось бы...
international expert community. And yes, there is a time lag. So yeah, it would be wonderful if you could, or if we could find ways to find updated data. Probably we will find a way during the second review of the rating. So yeah, the rating that I showed you is our first attempt. Like China, for instance. Chinese banks are no longer serving the Russian clients, but math shows that China has a lot of potential and they're still an important market for us. This is what math tells us. But yeah, your question about the data, the inputs is very relevant.
И более того, мы вынесли...
This year we're going to update the rating. We are going to use fresh data. We will discuss that with the expert community and the ministries. And our rating, actually the findings from our methodology coincided with the perceptions, with the expert opinions from the government institutions, from Sber, Yandex, and others. Hi, my name is Vyacheslav Yerofin. I've got a question for anyone, actually, any of the experts on the stage. This session is called Data-Driven Economy, International Cooperation. Probably heard, you are familiar with the Data Free Flow West Trust concept. It was discussed with the OSA committee and then by the G7. So I would like to find out from the experts whether Russia wants to join it, or do we think that transbound data transfer should be organized in a different arrangement. Did flow, anyone?
Пару слов сказать. Знаю, что точно на пространстве
Well,
ЕАЭС
I know that in
обмен данными
the Eurasian economic space, transboundary data flows are developing in the pharmaceutical area, in the goods area. So it looks like, you know, well, governments are exchanging data all the time to find criminals, for instance. So they know how to exchange the data. It's a way to increase the productivity. Russian Railways presented a case a year ago. Russian Railways said that Today, Russian railways are investing into the electronic data flows in friendly countries. Why? Because they will want to do paper-based documents. It would be easier for them to do everything electronically to reduce the transactional costs associated with logistics and transportation and this and that. So high digitalization and data transfers with friendly countries creates new opportunities for Russian businesses inside Russia. Well, since we are celebrating 30 years of RUNET, and I think that was about 15 years ago, we were insisting that the driven economy is a global economy, it's an open economy, it has no borders. This is an economy that is governed by business and competition. But then in 2022, it turned out that it was all wrong, and everybody started looking for ways to survive.
Второе дыхание. Это правильно. Макрорегионы, которые нужно нащупать.
There are new economic
К сожалению,
unions
можно
and
ли
the
на Russian
making different
IGF
countries
такие
and
вещи говорить?
regions are now trying to establish their own rules, and the network and the communications and data are now in the process of being segmented. Probably RIGF is the wrong place to talk about that, but it looks like there will be regions and countries that are going to have their local regional models of data transfer and everything. It's just that we are in the acceleration mode right now, and this is what we are doing. But as to the research and the ratings that we demonstrated, that we shared today, that's all very important. We need to have some basis, we need to have some foundation on which to build.
Воспоминаниями прошлого поделиться. Да, вот как раз когда с коллегами вместе занимался стандартизацией и участием в
In the
дискуссиях
past, I used to be involved in the standardization process
сейчас мы понимаем,
at
что
the
ситуация
ITU.
мы это видели там еще и в 2020-2021 году. Сейчас все маски сняты. Мы понимаем, что присоединяться к международным
Now we understand
западных партнеров нужно совсем
that
с осторожностью. Да, и в первую очередь, конечно,
we have to be cautious whenever we are invited to join some initiatives of Western partners. Instead, it would be better to initiate our own projects and ideas so that we will be finding ourselves in a situation when we are forced to embed ourselves into international global processes.
с этой точки зрения. Спасибо.
Thanks.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Юлия Тихонова.
Hi, my name is Yulia Tikhonova. I'm with Calm News. I've got a question to Vadim and to Vladimir, a question on the marketplace of digital solutions. I opened it and I see that there are 5 products there right now. When did this marketplace was launched? And how do you plan to promote it? Vladimir, Digital Attaché is aware of this tool. Do they promote it in other countries? Thank you very much for the question. We launched it, a couple of weeks ago, actually, and it's still in the test mode. As to the business model, I'm not going to disclose any commercial secrets, but the more products we have there, the higher is the probability that we'll finally disclose our business model. But let me just repeat myself. This is not just a marketplace for the software. It is also a marketplace with the services, consulting, educational, and other services. There was this earlier question on artificial intelligence. We know also how to produce framework laws or model laws in artificial intelligence and data protection areas. In certain emerging countries, there is a request for model laws. So this marketplace will contain in the future such documents too. Let me say a couple of words. Well, first of all, our colleagues do a lot of market research. This information is appreciated by the companies and exporters. But at the same time, information about our company's solutions sometimes is misused. It's used by those who impose sanctions.
Пока не хватает, когда, с одной стороны, сильная экспертная организация выступает неким зонтиком для наших разработчиков,
However,
ну и с другой стороны, действительно предлагает комплексную услугу, не просто показывая
we think that it's still important to showcase our products and to also provide comprehensive services, mechanisms, a set of steps to promote these comprehensive services to the targeted segments. That's why we believe that this marketplace has an important role to play. And a couple of other things that I wanted to mention. Speaking about standardization and transboundary or cross-border transfer, the ISO well, Russia has has been and is a standing member of the ISO. Russia is very active in the ISO. Many of the domestic standards in the Internet of Things, for instance, become international standards, or the national standard of Russia for digital twins of high-tech solutions in machine building are recognized by foreign partners. So this work continues. As always,
наверное, поддаются вот этим негативным трендам, потому как инженерный обмен по-прежнему
engineers are least susceptible to these negative trends, and no one wants to disrupt or interrupt the engineering data exchange or experience exchange.
технологических направлений, по которым у нас
Of course, we need to focus on the technologies in which we are strong and where we can offer breakthroughs like trust and security. Our companies are well known for their trust and security platforms.
конструктивной безопасности, с точки зрения построения архитектур, сложных
Our
систем.
projects or products in terms of designs and architecture, in terms of how different processes can be secured, are recognized as valid and reliable around the world.
Информационного обмена, доверенный и безопасный.
So, trusted services, trusted data-driven economy, or something like that, is one of our strengths, and it's the area of R&D that we can promote. Okay, colleagues, we are behind the schedule already. We need to finish this session. We talked about various aspects of international cooperation from the perspective of the academia, from the perspective of the government. More questions. There are more questions than we have time to answer. So I suggest that you find the speakers during the coffee break and
искусственного интеллекта Сбера, и мы тоже занимаемся вопросами
artificial
регулирования.
intelligence of Sber, and we also
Искусственного
we were
интеллекта.
also involved in developing regulation. I'll remind you that during the morning
Кодексу этики.
session, we have had a ceremony of signing the code of conduct in the field of artificial intelligence. Let me introduce our speakers to you. Anna Abramova is the head of the MGIMO Artificial Intelligence Center. She is joining us online. Evgeny Burnaev is head of the AI Center at Skotyak. He's here. Zaur Mamidyarov, he is the leading expert of the science policy with HEC. Konstantin Vishnevsky is the director of the Center for Strategic Analytics and Big Data.
И Александр Тюльканов, специалист
And Alexander Tyrkanov, Center for International Intellectual Property Studies
исследований интеллектуальной собственности
at Strasbourg. He's joining us online.
Построим мы обсуждение следующим образом. Сначала
This is how we're going to structure the discussion. First, I'll let every speaker make their presentations in turn. We have the slides,
Тогда,
right?
уважаемые
And as a moderator, I'm controlling the slides, right? So please, colleagues, let me know when you need me to shift the slides.
задам несколько вопросов.
I'll be serving you as if I were a robot. And after that, we will have a discussion with the speakers. So colleagues, all the speakers, you have 5 to 7 minutes for each presentation.
Сделать после обсуждения контакты всех спикеров, в том числе те, кто у нас онлайн.
The contacts of the speakers are with the organizers. If you would like to find out more about their work and what they do, we will share these contacts with you. Let's start. Anna, are you there? Yes, yes, I'm here. Good afternoon. Wonderful. So can you please share with us your perspective on artificial intelligence regulation around the world? What are the current international trends?
Прошу.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Презентацию на экран.
Then can someone please start my slides on the screen?
Спасибо за приглашение.
So, right, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak at the forum. Thank you for the invitation. Let me share with you my perspective on international regulation and which initiatives are proposed today by the United Nations organization, it being a universal platform that enables various countries from around the world to share their perspectives. Regulation today is like a piece of patchwork. There was the Hiroshima process, the guiding principles for the organizations that develop leading AI systems. There was proposed by G7. G7 is a limited institution. There was also a summit on the AI security, but it was it was a summit that took place in the UK, but this document was signed only by 29 states, which is still limited representation. The United Nations today is the site that got actively engaged in this work. And since Andrei told us to be brief in our presentations, there is something happening with the slides. Yes, yeah. Just a second. It's here. Right. So UNESCO in November 2021, well, actually, the Russian Code of Ethics was adopted in October 2021, and in November 2021, UNESCO recommended to adopt a global document on AI ethics. It was the first step when countries tried to find some common basis. This document was eventually signed by 193 United Nations member states. It lays down the key principles. And on the basis of this document, methodological recommendations are being drafted that on their turn will facilitate comparative analysis. But just doing that is not enough. Both from the north and from the south, we hear that regulation should be more detailed, since artificial intelligence provides both great opportunities and poses great risks. An important milestone will be the Summit of the Future that will take place in September this year in New York. On the eve of the summit, the office of the UN Secretary General is doing a lot of work to draft the global digital compact. The zero draft of this text was introduced on the 1st of April. On the 5th of April, the first public round of public hearing was organized. And in October 2023, an AI advisory body was formed. It's a high-level advisory group attached to the UN Secretary General. So here is the timeline. You can look at it on the slides. The group, this advisory group it consists it consists of 29 experts from around the world. The group is balanced out in terms of age, gender, and the background of the experts, their expertise as to what was already done. The advisory group produced a report in November 2023, which laid out key principles and main functions that can be attributed to the regulators. When the group was set up, the idea was that there should be one international organization, but then from inside the group and out of discussions with the Secretary General, another idea emerged that it shouldn't be just one institution, but instead a set of institutions. The discussion is still ongoing. The task is to find the optimal balance that will help everyone to find good solutions. The challenges are too serious, and it's in the interests of the humankind to find the right balance in terms of how AI can serve both civil and military purposes. As part of our interim report, we reviewed existing international organizations that, one way or another, are concerned with a regulation of technologies. The key ones that we discussed are shown on the slide. As you can see, the palette is quite broad, and they all represent key elements that can be later used as pieces in the puzzle of the global regulation of artificial intelligence. The report is translated into Russian. It's available on our Telegram channel. If you have any feedback, then we'll be happy to read it. We are also grateful to the AI Alliance for all the work that they carry out. This is what's been happening with the Global Digital Compact, GDC. The document itself was initiated by the UN Secretary General. The GDC will not be legally binding. It will be a compromise kind of paper. Government actors and non-government actors are both invited to participate in the discussion. Like I said, the zero draft is already out there for a discussion. What is being proposed is to set up two institutions, a scientific panel on AI to consider risks, to propose solutions, to develop methodology to assess AI with a reference to what was already done by the UNESCO and to support international studies. In the context of the GDC, it is suggested that 6-month reports should be produced, semi-annual reports should be produced, and there should be conferences on AI governance. Another entity that is conceived is some kind of foundation that will finance the AI development in the emerging economies to level out the imbalances, digital imbalances around the world. The full translation of the interim report, again, as I said, is available in our Telegram channel. We will be happy if you would join the discussion. I think I will stop my presentation here, and then if you have any questions, I will be very happy to take them. Right, thank you very much. I have a quick clarifying question.
Насколько, ну так, по личной, конечно, оценке, велика вероятность, что на
In
уровне...
your own opinion, what is the probability that at the level of the United Nations, the rules will be developed that will be universally recognized, universally adopted by all countries around the world? Well, the experience that we have with the UNESCO guidelines or recommendations says that it's possible. The question arises then, what will be the level of consensus and how binding, how much binding the rules will be eventually? Will there be any choices or not? What was coordinated at the level of UNESCO shows that yes, a consensus is possible, it's achievable even around such a sensitive issue as AI. But then the time will show as to what will be the basis for the development of regulation. But basically, the United Nations is all about searching for consensus, and the latest initiatives and documents that came out in the last month show that, yes, the search is out for consensus. Yes, the countries have various initiatives, but they are trying to reconcile them one way or another. Very well. Let's talk now about the trends in the technology development. Regulation and AI governance is one thing, but which way is AI going? I'd like to ask Evgeny Burnaev, one of the best known data scientists and AI developers, what his opinion is on this subject matter. Right. Thank you very much, Alex, for inviting me here. Let me tell you briefly about the trends. I represent here Schooltech and the Center of Applied AI and the Research Institute area. Speaking about AI development, in the last, say, 15 years, we have seen several black swans that demonstrated that AI is the new seed out of which new quality of applications will grow. It all started with AlphaGo, attention, and then ChatGPT. ChatGPT is the technology that in the last year and in the coming years will enable us to solve new tasks at a new level. What makes this technology different from other? Well, usually it is believed that ML, a model should be able to forecast. It turns out that the ChatGPT model that's based on the attention mechanism is capable of memorizing huge volumes of information and can also summarize, generalize this information. So it keeps storing facts. Yes, some facts get distorted. It's a problem, but people are already learning how to get rid of that problem. Secondly, this technology or this model can communicate or interact with humans. You can express your opinion. about the quality of the answer that the model gave to your question, and your feedback will be taken into account and the model will adjust. And new
новых персональных
personal
помощников, которые позволяют
assistants can be built on the basis of this technology that will
это речь идет о
enhance your own performance. Over here, you can see a case based on the measurements that were done in the process. We know that the code is more or less of the same quality, but you can do more in the same period of time. So the question arises, will the technology change the world? The experts, and myself included,
было с интернетом, но на самом деле
believe that yes, it's going to change the world in the same fashion that internet changed the world. In the olden days, the internet was a page with links, and many people believed that the internet will kill libraries and such like, but we know that this never happened.
приложение очень многих
The
технологий.
internet is the basis of many applications and technologies. If you look at the list of companies that were at the top
Вот, то
of
за
international financial lists
в этот топ
in
как раз
different years,
эти компании, которые связаны с IT,
recently we see more and more IT-related names and AI-related names, which is no surprise.
и какие следующие
What
шаги
can AI do now, and what will be the next steps in its development?
искусственному интеллекту.
Are we really approaching the so-called common or shared AI? Well, AI knows how to work with data and text and image reason recognition. Video, well, kind of. Well, not really, not yet. It's already possible for AI to interact with people. You can give feedback about AI's performance, and this feedback will be taken into account. What's listed on the right-hand side of the slides, like perceiving the world,
какие-то чувства.
hearing, seeing, this is not developed at all in an AI today, and combining these things, integrating them, well, it hasn't happened yet. So upcoming trends in this technology field will be multimodality, processing different kinds of data. We want an AI system to be able to recognize the speech, to recognize visual inputs that are potentially related to the speech, to transform one into another, and at the same time perform an action that are demanded from that AI system by voice. Multitasking.
Говоря многозадачные, казалось бы, очень естественно.
Humans are multitasking. So it would be only natural if the same architecture or the same model would perform several tasks at the same time, like processing images, detecting the objects, forecasting
Вы делаете и так далее.
what these objects would be doing. The same thing can tell us a lot of different other things about the world around us. And there is a common opinion, which is quite realistic, that if we want the systems to be more universal, they need to be multi-agent. If it's a complicated, complex application or a situation, then it must be decomposed. And then you will have separate agents. You have one big generative or language model, and inside it, you have different agents that share the results of their work so that a bigger common task can be addressed. For that, fundamental technologies like memory, for instance, are being developed. Technologies related to training these agents, technologies related to minimizing the amount of data required for training. Because otherwise, you need to have a lot of people labeling the data. So this race It's just begun at various levels of intensity across the world. Fortunately, in Russia, the government and big corporations pay a lot of attention to these technologies, and I hope very much that it means that they are going to have a future. However, whenever people talk about limiting or restricting these technologies, I, as a developer, begin to worry. I remember that the internet started as a military technology. If internet stayed a military technology, probably would be sitting here discussing all of this today. But because the internet regulation turned out to be quite reasonable, it became a user consumer kind of product. I hope very much that the same will happen to AI, because AI is the technology that should be able to do a lot of important work. We are still far from general artificial intelligence, but these multi-agent systems, they are already used in apps. Like we did a project for Gazprom Neft to adapt an oil field model or gas field model, and we used a multi-agent model for this project. It turned out that the approach is universal. It can then be transferred to engineering or to designing cars. So there again, there is a trend towards universal AI, but we are still a long way away from it. Thank you very much. I have a clarifying question.
Регулирования, я думаю, что по трендам развития технологий мы еще чуть позже поговорим.
In the context of regulation, developers, are they ready to participate in the development of regulation, in the drafting of regulation? What do they think about the current regulation and the new proposals in the regulatory field? Well, you see, I don't want to spend my time on that, to tell you the truth, because I've got my job. It's something that I like doing, I love doing, I want to do. But at the same time, I understand that if the process doesn't have my voice, then the process may go off track. Then eventually there will be a regulation that will not permit me to do my work. And I wouldn't want that.
В моем понимании это вещь, которая, некая вынужденная вещь, в которой,
where I stand,
чтобы разработчики присутствовали.
I'm forced to do it. I must do it. Developers must be involved in drafting the regulation. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Zaur Mehmedyarov. Can I have a clicker, please? Right. Zaur, are you with us? Yes, over here. So your presentation is on AI regulation. Given what you have just heard from Anna and Evgeny, maybe you would like to change something in your talk, or will you confirm everything that they've just said? Right, thank you, colleagues. Their presentations were very interesting, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to the conference.
Такая история, которая развивалась, в общем-то, довольно давно, хотя хайп появился в последние 2-3 года, там, связанный с OpenAI, GPT-шками.
AI has been in development for many years just because of ChatGPT and everything else. It became all the rage in the recent couple of years. In the last year, 3 key documents in the world were adopted: the EU AI Act, the Presidential Act on the Safe and Trustworthy AI. In the US and in China also, a new special document was adopted on temporary measures on regulation of generative intelligence. So at the moment, 150 or maybe even 160 countries around the world have similar documents that govern AI one way or another. A couple, well, even 10 years ago, we only had a couple of dozens of those documents around. Although initially the whole discussion started in the 1950s, 1960s, when we didn't even have AI in this current shape. The European Union and all high technologies, be it automotive, new mobility, smart cities, pharmaceutical industry, biotech, the EU is the regulatory leader. They discuss everything in great detail. They segment the markets, they segment the technologies, they prescribe which segments are going to have which regulation in great detail. Like I said, they do it fast, they do it meticulously. The bureaucracy is very powerful. They have many employees, many institutions, and they do not have any special difficulties in setting up another committee within the framework of an existing committee. So the AI Act, they started discussing this law back in 2017, 2018. This is when we saw initial proposals. Then during the pandemic, they spelled it out. Then in 2022, 23, they produced the full-fledged version where AI is split into 4 systems. They described the rules applying to each of them. The first type is fully prohibited, everything that's harmful, damaging, like social rating system, AI. Like in China, in the EU, this is prohibited because it's a major ethical issue. Biometrics, and there are certain strata in the population that are sensitive to it. They disable people, people with certain diseases, so that their personal data is not collected or processed by AI. So this is also inside the prohibited range. The second group or segment is high risk AI. So all the generative stuff, everything that generates videos, texts, images. They also have limited risk and a minimal risk segment. Most of the regulation, well, you have to understand they introduce measures each by stage. There is always a possibility of adding more measures, but this is the current structure and this is how they intend to move. This is already a certain framework, right? So what's important is that developers must register their products. They must submit the product to a commission and prove your innocence, so to say. Depending on the segment to which you belong, if you are exporting something outside of the EU, you have to do a special certification. Everything that's supplied inside the EU also has to go through a special risk management commission. An AI office will be established to monitor the market, all the new models and the revisions of the current ones used by the corporations inside and outside of the EU. Inside that unit, there will be another subunit to classify all the new models into these 4 segments, and if necessary, they're going to rank inside each segment. For instance, if you take mid-risk, they will be segmented from the highest mid-risk to lowest mid-risk. And then they will apply measures. Which ones? Penalties, limitations up to 7% of the company's sales if it's not registered, its product, or if its solution ended up in the wrong group. There will be a transitional period. They will start with first several million euros, and 1.5%, and 3%, and 7% of the company's turnover. So for big corporations, this is totally undesirable. You must have heard about the multi-million fines imposed on Google for collecting, disclosing personal data. So using the tool of regulating large corporations, the same EU regulation becomes the benchmark and the foundation for other countries as well. The US has something similar. It's just that their regulation is a little bit less detailed. Another thing that's been discussed for a while is the risk of limiting technology and getting bad results
должно сдержать инновационную
from
деятельность.
the technology.
Регуляторные
So it's
песочницы.
important to enable companies to innovate, but at the same time not to do any harm. That's why the EU wants to set up sandboxes to pilot, to test the proposed solutions. So basically, be it a big corporation or a small corporation, every solution will have to be piloted first. Most likely they will be piloted at quasi-government companies. Well, it's my fantasy, obviously, but it's just that the government probably will now have the technical capability to review absolutely everything. We'll see. And from the innovation point of view, this may be restraining the number of new startups in the next 5 to 10 years. On top of existing regulation, we will be looking at new regulations. So I'm not sure what's going to happen to small and medium companies, but big corporations probably will get the regulatory fast tracks. Like this has already been done for big corporations in Europe and the US, and they will be piloting and testing stuff within their environment. So what I'm seeing right now is the regulation will not restrain innovations. Instead, it will stimulate monopolies on data, monopolies on data processing. As to China and the US, Zora, I'm sorry, we are running out of time. Sure. Well, maybe you can ask me during the Q&A session. Yes, absolutely. We will come back to you later. Alexander Turkanov will talk about AI Reg. But before that, let's hear from Konstantin Vishnevsky.
Коллеги, увидите, пожалуйста, презентацию Константину.
Colleagues, can you please put up the slides? Konstantin. Back.
Отлично. Про искусственный интеллект в целом в повестке России и мире.
Konstantin, can you tell us about AI? Well, we've been talking about regulation, right? Let's go one level up and talk about AI in general.
Да, спасибо большое. На самом деле, в своем таком коротком выступлении хотел бы немножко
Yes, very well. In my quick talk, let me try to summarize what we know about AI, what is intelligence or intelligent.
Которая позволяет, собственно,
I4 is the system of intelligent analysis of big data. So we fed certain inputs to I4, and the map that it produced shows that there are 2,000 different areas in which AI is developed or applied, like computer vision or generative AI and this and that. What's important to know is that we can also see the contribution of Russia into this AI agenda. It turns out that Russia is inside the top 20 countries that are actively working along this agenda. If you take scientific publications or presentations during conferences or patents, Russia is also in the top 20 in this respect. If we were to compare our agenda with what's being done in the US or in China, then these are the findings. In the United States, the focus is on maintaining global leadership through advancement of technologies, especially in the consumer segment. It's more about B2C. In China, you see these huge chunks of data, big data, how to manage the data, how to process the data, how to extract the value from the data. In Russia,
заметен, то есть по сути
you can
это
also notice a certain vector, like fundamental research, setting up scientific schools.
страны, и здесь тоже, в принципе, четко вот этот
Developing applied solutions.
с проектом по экономике данных.
Data-driven economy national project. You can see it clearly in the data. And Russia is sliding towards more industrial applications of AI, B2B. We also monitored the development of AI, and we polled consumers, those or customers, those who are already using AI in enterprises. We polled about 2,500 organizations from 36 Russian provinces and 15 key industries of the economy. Here are some curious facts. At the moment, Russian companies are still wary of the AI. There are some pilot projects, but they are more of experimental nature. You give it a try. You try to assess the economic impact. 1/3 of those who are already using AI in the companies say that, yes, we do implement AI in different business processes. We know what we are doing and why we are doing this. However, AI is not underestimated as a tool to transform business processes. Mostly, AI is used in marketing in order to improve the quality of existing products, to improve communication with clients, chatbots, etc. If you look at the year-on-year dynamics, you'll see that manufacturing is adopting AI more willingly to automate business processes and improve productivity. But customers, consumers, they still play an important role even in manufacturing. Most companies say that, yes, we could be implementing AI more actively, but there are certain limitations we can't overcome. One of the key restrictions is a shortage of personnel. We need people who understand the processes, and we don't have them. We need programmers who know how to maintain these systems, and we don't have them. Another thing that many of these respondents identify is it's still very difficult to assess the value and to sell the value to the management. It's very difficult to explain that we need to invest into AI now to reap the fruit in 2 years. It's still a big issue. As a result, about 60% of the respondents say that they have a budget for digital technologies, but they only spend about 1% of total budget of these budgets on AI. Well, the question arises then, what is artificial intelligence? How do you account for it? But I think it's quite curious that, I mean, people hear about AI, they know that it's all the hype, but still the companies are quite cautious when entering the game of AI. What is the role of government support? A lot of companies are already using government support. You can't see it for some reason on the slide. Well, I'm sorry, the numbers disappeared. Well, basically 2 to 3% of the companies have already used government support measures to implement products and services based on artificial intelligence, and about 10 to 12% are using government support for the development. Developers are actively using government support. There is data on how willingly the companies use the government support this year. Last year, well, actually, the numbers are growing year on year. The question is why is not everyone applying for government support? Well, mostly claimed that the administration costs are too high. It's not it's not always. It's not always very clear what the process is. The timelines are too short, etc., etc. But the demand for the government support can grow when various technological development initiatives are implemented, when the AI strategy is updated. There is the National Data-Driven Economy Project, which is acquiring now a high-tech arm. So again, the measures are diverse, including subsidies for digital transformation projects. Even in manufacturing, a range of products is available. And again, some respondents say that, yes, they would be willing to apply for government support if the administration process is more transparent and easy to understand. Okay, thank you very much. I'm done with the slides and willing to take your questions. Very well, Konstantin, thank you very much. I think that we'll come back to you with the questions now. I want to hear from Alexander Turkanov. He's with us online. He will be talking from Strasbourg. We have already mentioned the AI Act and its impact on the world. Alexander, the floor is yours. AI Act, this regulation is huge. We remember all the discussions around GDPR, and the GDPR actually, I think, produced an army of experts on GDPR. Probably the same will happen to the AI Act. Alexander, are you with us? Yes. Hi, Andrei. Thank you very much for the introduction. And thanks for sharing my slides. There is a QR code on the title page. I'm running a poll on ethics. So if you would like to participate, you can scan the QR code and answer some questions there. But let me start the presentation on the EU AI regulation. It's no longer a draft. It's a regulation that was voted for by the Parliament on the 13th of March. It's almost an enacted document. There is a special procedure that needs to be followed before it is published, but we expect this to happen in the next several weeks. Next slide, please. If you look around the world, there are four main approaches to the AI application regulation. There is the approach that calls for on preventing AI bias when assessing job candidates and employees. There is the third approach when laws are detailed by sub-laws, bylaws. That was proposed in Canada. It didn't get it didn't become a law, but still that was an option that they considered. And there is another approach, the fourth approach, the detailed law, like the EU regulation that applies to all countries under its jurisdiction, that prescribes all the rules and regulations in detail. What's worth paying attention to? Sometimes people believe that the EU regulation is going to overregulate the industry, but it turns out that this regulation does not regulate most of the AI systems. It may sound as a surprise, but the majority of systems in the market are not related to the factors that I'm going to list on subsequent slides, that they do not make these products subject to this regulation. If you look at the charts on the right side of the slide, and this is what's in scope and that's what's out of scope. That's what's regulated and what's not regulated. You can see that the systems for scientific research or experimental work, testing, if that's the idea of such a system, then these systems are out of scope. It's clear that the systems that are used in personal family circumstances are out of scope, and general purpose systems
free open source license, то есть на лицензии, которые
that are marketed under a free open source license. It's a AI that's free of charge when all the details are disclosed. Then these general purpose systems will also be out of scope of this regulation. At the same time,
Евросоюз, в частности, да, решил все-таки зарегулировать некоторые классы систем.
the EU decided to regulate certain classes of systems.
С политико-правовой точки зрения могут заслуживать гласности, да, когда мы считаем,
including the ones that require disclosure in case of deepfakes, in case of robotized calls when you are talking to someone, you don't understand who is calling, whether it's a robot or a human, or when biometry categorization is used. So from the ethical point of view, it makes sense to forewarn the humans, the users, about the effect of the AI use on this product. You have to disclose the facts. And this is what the regulation demands. And it stops at that. The third scenario is slightly more serious. You have a system that can be considered a high-risk system. I'm going to show you those systems on the next slide. And there are systems that are considered that are banned for being too dangerous in the EU, like the system of a social rating, or systems that are used to manipulate humans and could damage them, or the systems that are currently operated by a Clearview operator that collected millions of photographs without people's consent in the internet, and based on those photographs, they created a huge database on all these
вот такие системы
people
будут запрещены, их недопустимо
that
этично.
they then sell to the buyers. So legally, socially, these systems are banned in the EU, and this ban will come into effect in 6 months' time. The systems that are considered to be high risk, for them, the rules will come into effect after 2 years. They have a 2-year grace period that will start probably sometime in May, and then the developers will have to get ready for this new regulation. And also the regulation sets the requirement to the so-called prospective AI models of general use. This is what the engineers and specialists usually call general purpose or broad AI.
По типу GPT-4, GPT-5.
This is something like GTP4, GTP5.
В этом случае регулирование, опять же, тоже не
In
такое.
this case, the regulation is not as strict as for the system of high risk, but there is a requirement to test the systems and to disclose the results of these tests to a certain degree, including the information about the inputs that were used to train these systems. Because such perspective systems can potentially create unacceptable risks in the future. Over here, I'm listing the key categories. This is what the EU considers to be a high-risk system.
Отраслевым системами, которые подлежат оценке.
We start with the systems that are already subject to compliance assessment, including medical devices, toys, etc. If AI is used in such a product, the same process applies. It's just that during the certification process, they will acquire yet another status of being AI-based biometric systems to identify, to recognize emotions, or the systems that are installed on critical infrastructure. Potentially, the risks there can be huge if something goes wrong on a critical infrastructure object. Then obviously, such solutions should be subject to stringent controls. The systems that are used for recruitment or selection, student selection, etc. The systems that are used by platforms to distribute tasks or to send out jobs. This is what's called gig economy, like taxi drivers. This is what's coming to replace the earlier business models when your job, your labor, your earnings depend on algorithms, really. So in those cases, it's important for us to understand that there is no bias, no discrimination. And that's why these systems would be considered a high-risk system. When it comes to providing pensions or allowances, government services, essential services in the private sector, like if you have a supplier of essential vital services
Или в публичном секторе поставщики.
in the private or the public sector, when they use AI systems, then such systems will be considered high risk for the purposes of this regulation. Law enforcement, justice system. Again, using AI to assess the risk of repeated crimes or something similar, they are also within the same class, together with border control and migration control systems. The justice system, like I said, everything that's important, and also systems that may affect the outcomes of elections or referendums.
Заключается на том, что в отличие
What
от
is special about this European approach? Earlier, we had a regulation of products that potentially create danger, and that's why they're subject to regulation. Like in the industrial age, I mean, this regulation was produced in the industrial age, but now AI is embedded into the decision-making processes. It turns out that not just health or earnings can be the object of danger, but fundamental constitutional rights, human rights, can be undermined, or they can suffer if AI is misused. So that's the reason of including AI into certain categories of solutions that are subject to stringent regulation.
Что было бы неприемлемо с точки зрения политики там единого рынка, да, в Европейском Союзе.
Since EU is a common market. This regulation is a regulation and act rather than a directive. The directive provides more freedom at the national level to individual countries, but the regulation is rules for all of the EU. This was done in order to facilitate the processes on the national countries so that the AI companies coming to the EU market would need to monitor regulation in all different 27 member states, but instead they will be subject to single regulation coming from the EU itself. And another thing, if the system is already subject to regulation, like its medical devices or software, then the developer, when this regulation comes into effect, will not have to duplicate the efforts. The regulation allows
Куда вы ходили, туда вы будете ходить. И то, что вы оформили,
the developers to not to change the administrative processes. So for them, nothing will change. Sasha, I'm sorry, we ran out of time with your slides. Okay, very well. Conclusions? Yes, sure. So I think basically the slide speaks for itself. I mean, you can read it yourselves when you get the presentation. This is the basis for the requirements, but I mean, all the requirements are quite meaningful and reasonable, and they're quite basic at the same time. This is hygiene. This is minimal hygiene must be complied with only if your product falls within the high risk category. So these are general rules. This is nothing out of the ordinary, and these rules apply only to a limited number of systems.
Большое.
Okay,
Спасибо.
very well. Thank you very much.
Я хотел бы теперь
Thank you.
несколько вопросов к всем спикерам.
Now I'd
Александр,
like to ask some questions to the speakers, Alexander and everybody else. I hope you are with us on.
хотел бы задать. Прошу всех из зала тоже, если есть вопросы, вас подготовить. Вопрос следующий, он очень практический. Вот с учетом того, что мы сегодня услышали, очень разные
So the
взгляды.
first question is, and it's quite a practical one, given everything that we heard today, in 2024, what should be done in Russia in order to regulate the development of the AI technologies? Anna, are you with us?
Да.
Let's
Твое
start with you. So what's your opinion? What do you think? In 2024, what should we do? Maybe one thing, what kind of regulation should be adopted in order to support the development of AI? Well, regulation is one thing, development is another thing. Development depends on the regulatory framework. There is a question in the chat also that I wanted to answer about the international discussion. Well, I'd say that it's important to find a balance between regulation and the freedom of the market that will enable us to maintain the technological leadership. The way today the discussion is structured, this is what Zaur and Alexander talked about. People who understand how the technology is developing, support its development, those people can be leaders in shaping regulation and should be leaders in shaping regulation. So I think that the initiatives in the national program and the one that's coming to replace it, the digital economy is coming to be replaced by the data-driven economy, the scale of financial support included will enable us to achieve that goal. Over-regulation will not help. We need to find the balance. We need to find the balance between the risks and the benefit for the society. EU identifies critical technologies. EU decided to single out the technologies that have the most negative impact. Well, probably that's a valid approach. Evgeny? Yes, I have a general comment and a more particular one. The general one is I'm a developer, and whenever you hear that AI is coming to get our jobs and everything, well, no, it's not. Well, first it will probably, but it will produce twice as many jobs as we had before.
Гуманоиды с его использованием исправляли то, что вот было наделано. Потому что на самом деле
Because the humans will have to fix what AI, the imperfect, as yet imperfect AI produces. The military people are already using these technologies, as we know from the current and previous conflicts. You can't stop that, so we have to acquire more knowledge, otherwise we will be lagging behind. And my particular private comment is I work with various applications. Sometimes big companies are incapable of transferring their data into the cloud. Modern technologies need a lot of computing power, and companies do not have computing power. Data transfer, especially if it's a government-owned company, the data transfer is regulated by laws. And how to overcome this predicament, I don't know. I understand that it's not very easy to do, but you have to do it. In China, they have a mechanism, and it looks like for them it's slightly easier. Thank you. Zaur, if you're there. Константин?
Видел несколько таких
Yes.
сюжетов. То есть первое это скорее
Well, I see several scenarios.
инструментов, которые
We are aware of all the tools. I mean, if you take the tools today, in Russia you have so many different tools, but they can be fine-tuned. The first one is regulatory sandboxes where you can test and experiment the boldest solutions, and then you scale them out. Secondly, developing the data market. To train these systems, you need colossal volumes of data. For many market participants, this could be a major barrier. And thirdly, making AI popular. Companies see that AI is implemented, it's used, there are practices shaping around AI, and you can measure the impact of AI. I think that this is a good stimulus to scale out and scale up the AI use. It can be a catalyst for future further development of AI. Alexander? Well, yes, thanks. I think
Здесь следующее. Я очень поддерживаю
what's important here is I totally
но судя по
support the ethics initiative, but judging by the poll that I'm conducting right now, not always the companies sign up to an initiative, having adopted an initiative or a code of ethics. Not always the companies would make subsequent steps. I see that not many people do not understand what they personally can do or should do to implement that initiative. People are saying, I don't understand what's required of me, or they say, there is no regular training. So you can tell that there are things that that call for a more systematic approach. It should be more a better spelled out process for the companies, enveloping product services, HR practices. I think it makes sense to engage experts, and the processes should be fine-tuned too in a certain way, and training should be provided. Authority should be given to the people in the area of AI. This is an area for improvement for everyone who wants to be ethical about the development of AI systems and the implementation. Right. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Commission on Ethics, let me just add that this year in our country, a document will be drafted, the White Book on Ethics. The answers of difficult questions about AI. So if you have any questions, please send them to us sometime around the end of summer, early autumn. We will publish a book with answers from the best experts. And we will translate it in several languages too. We have many questions from the floor. Yes, I have a question to Evgeny.
Который должен прийти на смену генеративному.
There is now the collective AI that should replace generative AI. Evgeny, do you think it's relevant? What about a new type of generative? It's just that Evgeny needs to run to another event. Well, you have to understand that generative AI is more an ad. It's more of a commercial thing. I mean, it's the same technology, same AI. It's just that now this AI is capable of producing new results. Like it can now work with high resolution images and text with it. There are now first results with video too. It still looks like a toy, but the technology can be adapted to process other types of data like drawings or geological, seismic, weather data. It's just that it's a new technology that is now more visible, so to say. But I would not differentiate it from other kinds of AI. Well, it's the same AI basically. It's a new application of AI. I'm asking about collective AI, when different AI units are communicating with each other, when they are shaping, when they're building a network. Well, Evgeny, maybe if you have time, maybe you can discuss this offline. Again, I'm not sure I understand the question. Okay, communication or collaboration between several channels, same process, same technology, okay, reinforcing each. It's the natural evolution of this process. And yes, we can resolve more complex tasks, but same technology, basically. This is an interesting observation. Evgeny is a data scientist. But what we are observing now, for them, it's no news. What I mean, we hear something, read about something, and we think it's news, but like ChatGPT, for many people, it was a revolution. But the insiders, and they have long been in the know, they were not surprised. They were. They just said, well, yeah, we warned you. Hi, my name is Alexander Isavnin. We are talking about AI development in Russia.
Тюльканов хорошо сказал, что там какие-то государства в Европе...
Tyrkanov said that...
Потому что мы помним, когда у нас было регулирование персональных данных...
Well, we remember that when we had personal data regulation, private data, the regulation was adopted in Russia. Law enforcement authorities became an exception to the rule. Your code of ethics says that it's only for civil use. But what about the responsibility of the states? You know that in March, many people laid down flowers to the monuments of the victims of political repressions, and later these people were identified by the cameras that were installed, CCTV cameras that were installed in the city to look for criminals, and they were fined. So my question is, yes, your code of ethics applies to civil use, civil application, but what about law enforcement? What about the municipal department of IT? I mean, what about their responsibility? What about their accountability on the use of AI? What are you going to do so that the Russian government doesn't abuse AI, doesn't use AI for repressions? What are we going to do? Yes, exactly. Your code of ethics leaves the government outside of its scope. What can we do? What you can do? So that the government would be in the scope, would also observe the fundamental human rights, just like the EU is doing. Colleagues, if there is anyone who wants to answer the question, let me rephrase the question. Well, do you believe that the regulation can also apply to the government? It's not the question of how you're going to fight the abuse of human rights, but instead how to bring the government back into the scope. You have okay, you have the microphone. Start answering. Okay. Regulation in the field of AI creates a set of rules that apply to the state. It's one of the current trends. The way governments use AI is quite a sensitive topic, and people are concerned. It makes people concerned. In the Council of Europe, I used to be the chair of a group that discussed the future of AI. We saw that countries differ in their approaches, but still the question is there, how governments are going to use AI. One of the first regulations that came out in the world were dedicated to this matter, but in almost every case, it was never worded as a law. Usually, the regulation would start with guidelines where the AI can be used or cannot be used in which part of the government. Like in the United States, you have many different individual departmental acts like that. But there isn't probably a single country in the world that will have national regulation for all of the branches of the government. My interpretation of this is that the regulation for civil servants doesn't differ very much from general regulation. What I mean is a law is quite an inert mechanism. It follows the development of public relations and takes time to adopt a good and balanced weighted law. The AI Act started back in 2013 when the grant was issued to study legal implications of and social implications of robotics. So the consortium organized work on robotics, then AI started developing. The work on robotics was transferred onto AI. I mean, if you look into the background of this document in Europe, the document is 460 pages long, but before that came 3-4 trucks filled with paper. You see, it's very difficult for the law to approach the regulation of the difficult technologies. The 30th of November last year, ChatGPT came out. It changed the technological paradigm and how we use artificial intelligence so radically. Do you see the speed? In the past, it took several years to adopt a law, and it was considered to be fast. Now, no country in the world manages to catch up with the technological revolutions. That's why we still do not have a general law regulating AI. There is AIDA in Canada, there is this EU Act in Brazil. They started the process last year. It hasn't been adopted yet. So I think, and it's my personal opinion, the speeds are different. And different tools are used instead of law. Which ones? Like regulatory sandboxes. It's very easy, well, in most of the countries. Regulatory sandboxes are used for these purposes, or ethics. Ethics is not binding. This is what people tell me while we're discussing. Well, yes, you are right in some respect, but we do not have any cloned people in the room, right? You know why? No, none of you got born out of a vial. Well, it's because in the 1960s, 70s, DNA sequencing developed very fast, but there was no regulation. The United Nations adopted basic regulation only in 2005 and 1975. Leading geneticists got together and they decided on the code of ethics. This is when ethics prevailed over the law, and it acted as the main regulator, and it happened in many different areas like biomass, for instance. Same with AI. Go to the websites of the governments of the UK, Australia. You will see a special section dedicated to AI ethics in our country. Ethics is not just a tool to self-regulate for several companies. No, usually ethics is the tool for the government, where the state agrees with the academia and the developers and those who implement AI that here are the rules. Yes, they are not laws, and no, they do not call for any responsibility, but they are rules of the game. You know, the Kurchatov, like when they built the institute, we are when they built the institute, the Kurchatov said that we are not going to asphalt the pathways. First, let the people walk however they liked, and then we will pave the pathways with asphalt whenever people walked. Let's see. Let's walk first, and then we'll regulate properly. A quick comment,
Но разработчики все, что они могут.
because you mentioned developers. The only thing that we can do, well, I can't offer such eloquent legal comments, but ethics says that minorities should be represented, that the sample should be representative, etc. So the developers are saying that we can build tools, we can develop tools that will test the models for the absence of bias, etc., etc. This is the developer's answer. Colleagues online, are you willing to take the question? Yes, let me support you. Government and involvement of the government agencies. Well, our commission, at the moment, we have 41 subscribers from government agencies. It would be naive to expect revolutionary steps when all regulation in the field of AI is taking the path of evolution. There is a dialogue, but as to the pace of this dialogue, it's very difficult for us to offer any comments. So the government institutions are engaged in the process. It's a fact. The example that Andrei gave in terms of how this is dealt with in the United States, well, yes, they were one of the first to adopt recommendations and principles that were that other government authorities adhered to at the later stages. You must also understand that some countries choose a centralized approach, others choose a sectoral approach. In Germany, AI regulation is sectoral, and the transport industry was the first to be engaged in this discussion. So every country has its traditions. We must respect that. Russia has its own practice in organizing discussions around new technologies, but the process is not standing still, and the government is involved. Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions from the floor? Yes. Yeah, I also have a question. To Evgeny about input data, source data. In the long term, when you use, say, ChatGPT for applied purposes, is there a risk that will generate inputs that would be the second or the third derivative of what the AI generated?
Ну, это такой вопрос дискуссионный, на самом деле, я бы сказал, чуть больше
Well, it's a matter of
философский.
discussion. It's a
Ситуации
philosophical
живем.
question. This is, I mean, Yandex Probki, traffic jams.
Смотрим этому прогнозу и
Traffic jams forecast. The traffic jams will follow this forecast, and we change the traffic jam situation. But it works. It works. I know it's an extreme case, but generally speaking, it's much more general story. Language models learn or get trained on the pre-written text, not what they generated, but something that already exists. Of course, they can be also trained through communication or
отфильтровать
or texts that were generated again by them. But if we notice that the quality doesn't satisfy us, now we'll just let the developers know.
Мы
The
потом
same
уже и
with the
соответственно
forecast of traffic jams. I mean, if the application tells us that there is a traffic jam there, or there is no traffic jam, and we go that way and we end up in a traffic jam, we will not trust the app better. Okay, my question is,
это в том, что система обучается. чем чаще ты
AI gets trained. The more you use it, the better it becomes. When you put AI into a sandbox,
Поэтому такое
it may
регулирование
never want to leave.
на дальнейшем развитии какой-то определенной системы
If you
в
want
целом.
all AI systems to be first tested in the sandbox, it may never leave the sandbox. How about self-regulation? Maybe instead of regulation, we can do self-regulation, so that the system would acquire experience and go into production. But when you raise your kid, you first go to a nursery, then to a kindergarten, then to a school.
Сначала про это говорил, тоже
Well,
еще
over-regulation, like I was saying, is bad. Yeah, of course, you need to strike the balance.
вопрос. А как Россия
We have a question in the chat. How can Russia be a leader in the field of control over AI, given that... How about we become leaders in AI first, and after that we will be leaders in controlling AI? Okay, good. Colleagues, anyone who's online, anyone? How can Russia be leader in AI controls? Okay, it's an open question. You see how difficult it is to ensure control over AI. I agree with Evgeny. Well, first you have to be a leader in the technology itself and support the development of this technology. Right. To be competitive. That's right. You know, one worker and 10 managers. Yeah, indeed. If we have a strong scientific base, if we have standards and regulation,
Спасибо. И последний вопрос, и мы на этом завершаем. Извините.
then we can talk about regulation. The last question, one last question. Sure. A question to you, Alexei. AI, is the subject or an object?
Сегодня складывается отношение к этому ИИ, объекту или субъекту, поскольку действительно есть разные такие...
Is it treated as a subject or an object? Thank you. A question to me? It's a question to me? Okay, I think that AI is an object. The Estonians try to make the AI the subject in 2019, having its own will, but okay, it's an object, obviously. For the final question to everyone. I've been asking this question at conferences for the past several years. When can we expect strong AI to emerge?
Процесс эволюции, он бесконечен.
Well, the process of evolution is endless. What's the timeline? Well, it's a continuous process. In several years' time, we will see another breakthrough and then another breakthrough. If you want to have a system that you can communicate with several dozens of years, I think.
Я полностью согласен, потому что, то есть, ключевой вопрос...
I agree, I fully agree.
Для начала нам надо договориться, что
No, first you need to agree on the definition. First you need to agree on what artificial intelligence is.
Но аналогично сильным искусственным интеллектом. Но в любом случае это точно не ближайшие 5-10 лет, то есть это более...
Well, definitely not in the next 5 to 10 years. Anna?
Не в нашей жизни, я с Евгением...
Not in our lifetime. I agree with Evgeny. There will be some steady progress, and that's it. Yes, I agree with colleagues. It is going to happen in an evolutionary manner. The evolution will happen fast, but not in the next 50-60 years. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for everyone who participated in this discussion. Let's thank all the speakers for their wonderful talks.
этой секции ногами. Очень много людей, очень приятно, что вы интересуетесь
There are
вопросами.
so many people. It's good to see that everyone is so interested in matters of cybersecurity. Would also like to welcome all the viewers of our broadcast. This session is dedicated to cybersecurity and cybercrime.
Звездный состав наших спикеров
And I'd like to
сегодня.
introduce to you our speakers. Please welcome Alexey Lukatsky from Positive Technologies.
Solar.
Roman Chipligin with Solar. Stanislav Smyshev with Crypto Pro. And Sergey Petrenko, head of the product portfolio of MTS Red. We hoped that Valery Komarov from the Department of Information Technology of the city of Moscow would join us, but he couldn't attend. He fell sick. That means that we are going to have 10 to 15 minutes for your questions.
Самая широкая сегодня. Мы хотели рассмотреть, наверное,
The topic of this session is quite broad. We wanted to discuss key trends in the field of cybersecurity and cybercrime. We want to talk about artificial intelligence and whether it can be used as a tool for attacks. And as a tool of protection, we wanted to focus on cyber wars, and our speakers will share their opinion on modern attacks and whether attacks and how they are going to change the next 10-15 years.
Почему нет?
Why not?
Вопросы безопасности IoT-устройств мы обсудим, в том числе должна ли
Security issues for iOS devices. Should there be something special ensuring the safety of wearable devices, including medical devices?
персональных данных, борьбы с
Matters of biometrics and personal data protection and leaks are also included onto this agenda. The agenda, as you can tell, is rather intensive. And to open the discussion, I'd like to invite Roman Chipligin from Solar to state his perspective
готовили презентацию с основными
on
наверное, цифрами и тенденциями за последние
the current trends and data that Solar has. So let's have the slides on the screen. Really, Roman, over to you. Thank you, Irina, colleagues. Good afternoon.
И какие цифры с точки зрения
We will start with an introduction and an overview of the previous year. In terms of cyber attacks, you can tell that
что даже если
malware is still very popular among the criminals. You don't even need to look at the numbers, you just need to read the news. Very often you hear stories about all kinds of malware.
в абсолютных цифрах не очень большое увеличение, но с точки зрения разрыва мы увидели популярность в эксплуатации уязвимостей. То есть это нам на самом деле говорит то, что мы стали обнаруживать инциденты больше на продвинутых средствах защиты. То есть не на
We have started seeing
как NTA-решений, XDR-решения.
More attacks on NT-APT and XDR and similar solutions.
Видим рост шума, наверняка уже слышали.
We can see that noise has intensified. All attacks, all penetrations are masked by a lot of noise, including DDoS, and hackers prepare the attack quite thoroughly. In terms of the types of attacks, vulnerabilities exploited. Like I said, malware is in the first place. Web attacks are rare. We still have them, but usually they are used as noise or they're not really the main type of attack. Then there are exploits, then there are network attacks and vulnerability compromise. The attacks become more targeted. They are not widespread. Usually, if it's a widespread attack, it means that it's done to collect data in order to identify the weaknesses, not just in the target company, but also in the ecosystem of the whole industry, in the partner companies to the target one.
Очевидно,
Going
что
back to
так успешность
exploiting the vulnerabilities,
патч-менеджмента. То есть как бы мы ни
patch management deficiencies are still the main reason for those attacks. We keep communicating the need to patch. We keep insisting on installing all kinds of patch management solutions, but for us, for the security people, it's still a major issue. Just one slide on DDoS.
Многие организации, скажем так,
Many organizations in the retail sector
различные федеральные структуры подвергались
various national chains were under attacks. And the consumers noticed that because the resources slowed down. However, statistically, things didn't change very much. Yes, there were peaks when the power of attack would be multiplied, but the average intensity of the attacks last year was the same as the year before that. In terms of the activities of the criminals,
спектра, окружение компании,
what they are doing is they are looking for the vulnerabilities in the industry in general, not just in the target company. They would study business processes, the processes of communication with external agents and or counterparties and contractors. The abusers are buying information from darknet and other sources.
Про подрядчиков сказали, DDoS больше носит отвлекающий маневр.
We have already talked about the
этого отвлекает большое
contractors.
Под этим скрываются более сложные целенаправленные атаки. Используется фишинг и сложный софт.
Phishing is used and specialized software as well. Data is downloaded to the maximum. It looks like the abusers now have even more financial motivation than they used to have in the past. It's less of activism. Mostly it's stealing the resources, stealing the money using ransomware, buyouts and similar techniques. What's been happening in the real world, all the economic, social, political change is reflected immediately in the digital world. All the social trends can be immediately found in phishing. The changes in the economy also retargets the security industry feedback. Overall level of security in the Russian companies has grown. Of course, there is Decree 250, the administrative pressure, there is the best practices, there is collaboration between the industrial communities, but overall, we now see more of systematic approach to improving the security of the companies. Thank you. I have a lot of questions really immediately to your presentation, whether the new penalties helped, maybe. defines. What I missed from your presentation is something that I didn't see there, but I'm curious to find out.
Это что искусственный интеллект? Вот сейчас все там, у нас
What
предыдущая
about
сессия была
artificial
по
intelligence? The previous session was dedicated to AI. Have you noticed the use of AI in the attacks and how AI is used? Does AI make the attacks any different from, the more conventional effort? It's a question to all panelists. Roman, we can start with you. Sure, I have a quick comment.
Увидеть применение искусственного интеллекта в атаках сложно,
Well,
но
it's very difficult to see the use of AI in the attacks, but it feels like, yes, since the attacks are getting more sophisticated, maybe it's because the machines were trained and artificial intelligence was involved. Alexei? Yes, well, actually, we see the change. We've been observing that change for a while. There are several components to that change. First, LLM models are evolving. They know how to work with text, and phishing has changed. Phishing is now easier to organize, and phishing can now be managed in different languages. It's not just Russian or English, the standard ones, but now the criminals use smaller local languages for the phishing attacks. Victim profiling can be also performed using AI. You can set up a bot that will traverse the social media. Since people do not usually protect themselves from bots, they can collect information about the preferences, the hobbies, the books that people read, the photographs, and a digital twin is created that can attack several times more efficiently than a human would. And phishing sites can be automated. Now phishing sites are cloned and automated. In the past, you would just do a clone of one website. You would publish it on a DJ domain, but now you can set up your website to the target audience depending on its profile. The pages, one-day pages, shell pages, unique pages, really unique to particular victim pages are created on the fly. And it becomes more difficult to identify those pages. They are not replicated. That's why you can't enter them onto the block list. You can't include them onto anti-phishing lists. It's a new practice, and we do not yet have an efficient way to counter it. And of course, AI is still used to look for vulnerabilities and to generate attacks. Networks were used in the past to generate tests. Now they're used to generate attacks. There are special testing grounds that criminals use in order to find out whether this or that generated attack can be identified, detected by the security tool. The multi-scanner that the Ministry of Digital Development is launching in the backend has several antiviruses, but the criminals also have the testing grounds with several means of protection or security tools that they use against their own products, their own attacks. And another side to the story, if you remember, the competitions of DARPA affiliated with the American MOD in 2016. Remember the battle of the robots, not like the ones for teenagers, but they were really the battles of robots, of artificial intelligence that looked for vulnerabilities in the enemy, and the team would win if it successfully attacked another team, but wouldn't be it wouldn't be attacked itself, or protect itself from attacks. So last time we heard about those competitions was in 2016, and since then there was no information published about these competitions and the winners and what they are doing. We don't know nothing about how our geopolitical enemies are using artificial intelligence. So it's something that is developing very actively, and in terms of protection, again, the development is not that active. There aren't some data sets. There is little investment into testing. Every company is trying to learn to swim on its own, so to say. Sergey? Sure.
Я поддержу, нет какой-то
I
консолидации.
agree with Alexei. There is no consolidation. Unfortunately, that's why every company is working to the best of its capacity. I don't have any proof that I can share with you that AI is used by criminals, but judging by indirect evidence, yes, they are using AI. And the only thing that we can try to do is not to lag behind too much in this race. As a vendor, in every our new R&D product and every new launch, we have always an ML engineer and an AI engineer on every team. And we just have that person as part of the team. And they are people that specialize in ML rather than in the product itself, you know? So what they are doing is ML or AI is just a tool, and they are using that tool to see whether that particular product can be improved functionally or otherwise with the help of this tool. Again, if we use it to improve our products, it means that hackers can also use it to improve their products. We are the laggards. We are trying to catch up with the leaders in this race. So what we can do is to preventively implement these tools and make our products more efficient. As to who is going to win in this race, what we are missing is consortia or some kind of consolidation of these tools that will enable us to exchange experience and make our defenses more efficient.
Не очень активно
Alexei mentioned that
именно направление защиты при использовании искусственного интеллекта. А почему сейчас это так, с вашей точки зрения?
defense is not developing with the help of AI. Well, it is. I mean, AI is used, but it's just that it happens in a rather fragmented way. Well, in terms of cyber security, cybersec, you need models and data sets. We don't have issues with models, but we have problems with data sets. In order to gather a sufficient amount of data, basically every cybersecurity company needs to have either a testing ground, a powerful one that runs 24/7, or be a telecom operator that has access to traffic and big volumes of data. We have 4 or 5 companies of this scale in the whole of the country. At the same time, we have about 200 cybersecurity developers. Despite all of the initiatives and decrees and that the regulators have to share sanitized data sets with the market, no one is sharing their data. I can't imagine that the government will share all of their information, even in a sanitized way, with the business. So it means that either we have to operate data sets dating 1999, or we try to develop our own CTF playing grounds or sandboxes where the novice hackers are trying to break in, and we generate data sets, but it's very difficult to identify real trespassers, real intruders. We need data. Either the data is not available or it's top secret. But why not set specific requirements, technical requirements to the companies so that they can share the data? I mean, if the counter of that particular perimeter of that company is compliant with this and that set of requirements, why not share? My next question is to Stanislav. It's about cryptography and cryptographic protection and the methods, techniques of sanitizing the data. What are the innovations there?
Мы защищать, хотим использовать искусственный интеллект.
How can you anonymize the data? I mean, we want to use AI for protection. Why not do it? Well,
сейчас из коллективов наиболее широких
in modern cryptography, no one is developing block ciphers or basic development. Everyone is working on specific tasks, developing some complicated algorithms.
и анализ их с помощью
We started by saying that first you need to collect a lot of data and then you need to analyze it using AI. What you see these days is very complex protocols to anonymize, to well, you remember that recently we had national elections of the president, and electronic voting was used.
обезличивание данных, анонимизация
The methods of data redacting, homogenization, depersonalization, all of that,
сложные, и главное,
all these
новые.
heavy and complex and new protocols that were required for the electronic election system were developed in Russia
И с
from
осознанием
scratch and with a view to the ultimate end. The ultimate end
не будет
is a moving one because we can't no longer assume that the intruders will keep attacking along the same channel. They will have access to limited amount of data, but these days the criminals can have access to all of the traffic and analyze all of the traffic using AI, using very sophisticated computing techniques, using neural networks. And it means that we need to be able to protect ourselves not only from specific types of attacks that are based on analysis or intelligence, but we have to assume that we need to produce a protocol that will not let the intruder, the attacker, find a way to disclose all of the data. It's a very difficult task, but the government is helping us, and for the years to come, this will be one of our priority lines of work. Or another example, information exchange between the banks. There is a customer. The client comes and says, applies for a loan. That customer shares the personal data with the bank, like credit history. And the banks need to exchange information.
Согласие пользователя. Но когда они передаются в
большом объеме, of course, we collect the customer's consent to share the data, but when a lot of data passes from one bank to another, and if attackers have access to this data, they will be able to get a lot of information about a particular individual. If we are talking here about some celebrity or someone who works for the government, let alone the Secret Service, this can be a serious threat for the government, or in case if this is a private individual, then this can be a huge threat for privacy. Potential intruders have access to AI. They can do distributed computing, special computing that are based on mathematical protocols and mechanisms, and that can exchange data between the banks,
Знать ничего того, что ему
the
знать не
banks
надо.
will never know that the data was hacked. That's and you can use encryption for protection in those scenarios. When we talk about cryptography and its application in a modern life, the question arises, how can we work securely if we do not trust our own phone? The government now prohibited its employees to use iPhones at work. Modern cryptography allows us to keep using those devices with low trust, using distributed computing, even if the data is collected directly from the devices by the vendor, for instance. Then still you can arrange for a certain level of security, comfortable level of security there. So these are the examples that I can share. Okay, is my understanding correct that work is being carried out to produce a body of rules under which data sets or bilateral, unilateral computing could be used to train, for instance, to train AI models in order to counter attacks?
Более того, эти работы
Or
ведутся
is my understanding wrong?
Да.
Yes, obviously, of course, and every country is engaged in this work one way or another, because otherwise it wouldn't be possible to make progress in big data processing, knowing that they will leak anyway. So again, sanitizing particular data,
Анонимизацией, с
it's not
обеспечением
really cryptography. Anonymization, redacting,
там максимально
intruder models. I mean, yeah, usually since cryptographers are familiar with all these techniques, then it falls to cryptographers to produce those algorithms. Oh, I have another point of clarification. The mathematical accuracy. If, say, a particular method or several methods of anonymization, like federated training or something else, like certain perimeter requirements,
как бы отсутствие атаки или, ну, как бы невозможности успешной
the
атаки, она может быть
attack failure probability, can it be zero? Can it be brought down to zero? Well, yes and no. If there is a specific system and a specific set of data that the system collects and processes, then yes, it's possible. The probability of an attack can be zero if you use a specific means of anonymizing or specific protocols. And yes, you can prove mathematically, given special technical means, like you collect data on the latency in data transfer, etc., side chains, etc. In that particular system, you can analyze it, the labs, the license holders. Yes, probability of an attack can be brought down to zero until and unless the attackers find a loophole that will provide them access to the data in an unspecified system, in an arbitrary system. For instance, the systems that collect data from the USIA, the Unified System of Identification and Authentication, there is no silver bullet. You produce a solution for one data set, and a minimal change to the data set will make this solution fail. They can still be hacked using, say, metadata. So this work requires a lot of meticulousness and a lot of experts. They're not just mathematicians. Math is probably, well, it's not the simplest, but it's the easiest thing to understand in a way. But to assess the relevance and feasibility and practicality of these models, this a whole expert community that will be able to find the errors and the loopholes in those systems.
Модератор, прокомментирую. Мне тут как раз
Okay,
казалось,
as a moderator, there is something I wanted to say. I was thinking that it would be great if business would also be involved in this work. Those who are using means of security. I understand what you are saying when you mention the insufficient skills and not enough experts, but I'm thinking that it would be great if all stakeholders, if all interested parties who want data in Russia to be usable, to be involved. If we could get the business in this distributed model where everyone would be assisting the Ministry of Digital Development and the Center of Digital Cryptography in their endeavors. Alexei, well, I would have agreed with you, but things are otherwise. I have 2 kids. And I think I can appreciate what the Federal Security Service feels when I talk to my kids. My older son is 20 years old. He lives his own life. He's on his own. He does what he thinks is good. My girl is 14. It's a bit more difficult for me to control and manage her, but I let her go. The FSB, the Federal Security Service, the father or the mother. I mean, I can, I think I can understand the position they're in because they treat everyone as kids who will never grow up. But FSB itself has so much experience. They know about the enemies and spies and the trouble that lies just around the corner, all the, abusers, and they want to protect everyone. Not to let any harm come to that child. It would be best if things would be done not by the child, but on behalf of the child by someone else, by the FSB. So the same happens with cryptography, the same happens with the protocols, the same happens with everything else. Keep it a secret, never share, even if you can prescribe a procedure, even if you set the compliance requirements, and then they wouldn't want to do even that.
И даже не КБ, а сразу КА, и каждому бизнесмену, начиная с индивидуального предпринимателя, свой шифр-орган, лицензию на гостайну, и вот тогда, может быть, мы вам дадим выписки из
Maybe
выписок.
if you all sign an NDA for state secrets, then maybe, just maybe, we will let you work with some of our data sets. I've been in cybersecurity during the past 30 years, and I've never seen a different practice, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon.
В мире на другой сцене недавно обсуждали ту же самую тему.
Да.
There were 2 people, in a different session discussing something close to this topic when we talk about specific solutions or systems like electronic voting. The information about protocols is a priority for everyone. And I'm not affiliated with the FSB of Russia. There is Alexander. He can comment on the public use. Yes, absolutely. Let's save the questions till the end of the session. Let's let our panelists have an argument here first, and then we'll let them argue with the audience. No, going back to electronic voting or elections, I'm talking about the national system. There were so many workshops and invitations and articles. During these discussions, the same people participate every time. Why do you think is that? Probably it's because people know nothing about the protocols and the encryption. You tell them, okay, let's discuss it together, but people speak different languages. No, I wouldn't want to discuss voting here because this
А самое главное,
electronic voting is not really about internet security. It's and let's talk about
применение, а не теоретических.
enforcement rather than theory. The president does not change whatever voting we have, be it on paper or in electronic form. We're talking about faraway security. Hopefully, it will not go live. But no, you spoke about specific requirements of the FSP. No.
Если
Everything that we are doing, that's not like so top secret. I have a financial argument. Since data-driven economy budget is very small, I think that the business will have to share its data, and there should be framework requirements. What do you mean share? The business needs to share with the government, or government with the... No, the government needs to share with the business and allow the business to work with the data, because otherwise there will be no data-driven economy. That's my personal opinion, but I think I'm right. And you know what? Yes, Roman. Yeah, I also wanted to bring up data-driven economy. We know that we don't have enough data. It's very difficult to train systems with little data. Then we started talking about cryptography and encryption and anonymization. Well, we're trying to hide things using anonymization, but it feels like if you want to look for a particular information somewhere online, you will find it. I mean, you are trying to hide things, you're trying to solve a problem with the data that's not available and also the data that can be obtained in many different ways online. As to the data-driven economy and data as such, a week ago I participated in a conference that talked about this topic. And the main question is in the number of the data, the amount of data. Who's going to generate them? Who's going to store the data? It's not really about sharing the data. It doesn't matter who's going to share with whom, but who's going to generate and store the data. We need, as far as I can tell, we need more data, more accurate data. The generation and storage. You remember the Yarovaya laws and how much they cost everyone? Since we agree on sharing the data, then the data will have to be generated by mostly commercial companies. We are paying for their services and products, so it means that it will be the consumers who is going to pay for the digital data, and only after that we will have data-driven economy. No, so before we have data-driven economy, we have to have data. And the data needs to be collected and stored over long periods of time and in big volumes. And only after that we can remember about sanitizing the data. But by that time, probably we will already have a quantum computer and we will have new encryption algorithms. Well, since you mentioned quantum computer, I have another question to Stanislav. How do you see the future of quantum-based and post-quantum cryptography? Well, probably we are interested not in some abstract future, but rather a specific future, our own future, whether it's going to affect us. We can talk at length and draw castles on the sky, but the quantum threat, whether it's close or far away, no one knows anything about it. The quantum threat, when we have the full-fledged quantum computer, it exists. When a quantum computer could crack any code with all the current encryption techniques. There are three ways to counter that. Quantum distribution of keys. You have to hardwire on both sides and you use quantum distribution of keys, or you can use symmetric cryptography and forget about all the convenience and comfort that we enjoyed in the past years, and also cryptography that would be based on other mathematical principles that are different from the ones that we use today. So the first two approaches for the mass users, humans, for the consumers, is not an appealing option. No one is going to carry a quantum generator next to your phone or to your computer and use quantum distribution of keys. The symmetry encryption, again, it's not really applicable on massive scale. But this third approach sounds beautiful, but it's a different math base that in the history of cryptography changed many times over. Elliptical curves. I mean, there was a major switch. As major as the one that's upcoming. So if all cryptographers work hard, then in several years' time, we will have a new type of e-signature, my own e-signature or company's e-signature based on quantum principles, and no one's going to notice any change. Okay, that's fine. We'll just download that quantum mechanism and will not notice the difference. Many people will not even be aware of that. And that's our objective. However, there are nuances. When we talk about quantum cryptography, there are certain restrictions on the size of keys because these keys will be heavy, several kilobytes, or latencies and speeds and convenience because the logarithmic base will be much more difficult, much more complex. But people already working to find a solution to make the future comfortable for everyone, including the FSB that Alexei dislikes so much.
Тоже, я надеюсь, довольно активную роль займет, так как разрабатывать чисто коммерческим компаниям что-то для
To
рынка.
produce something for the market on your own, if you're a commercial company, that's one thing, that's fine. But to do it in collaboration with the government, with the state, is much easier because it means trust, it means that no one is going to suspect you in trying to make money out of whatever. But Stanislav, you have to understand, when you say the community working together with the FSB of Russia is the different community that people sitting in this room mean. But we do not have any other encryption. If you do not cooperate with the FSB, you do not do encryption. It's not your business then. Well, you can try. Okay, very well. Theoretical research is a good thing, but application also matters. It is also very important, and I hope very much that new methods and techniques will be devised. I'm going to change the subject. We have another interesting topic to discuss, iOS. We have more and more wearable devices these days. And sometimes we read about the attacks generated by kettles or refrigerators. However, there are some things that are more serious, like when it comes to pacers or
обеспечивают, например, какое-то функционирование здоровья у людей.
The pacemakers or other medical wearable devices, the security of those devices is a big deal.
Ну, там куча IOTA дома. Какие здесь
People
тренды?
have lots of different IoTs in their households. Now, what are the main trends? What's happening there? And what do we expect to do? I think I'd like to start with Sergey this time, MTS Red. Yes, well, colleagues, in the last 10 years, I do not see any demand coming from the industry because security is always a service, it's always a product that someone buys. If you take Internet of Things, IoT, and industrial solutions, and I was involved in the development of those products at different stages in life, it has never been an issue. Specific protocols, we proved their resilience, they were lightweight, they didn't consume many resources that could be placed on microchips in various small devices. It was done, the case is closed. But we are not speaking on behalf of the government here, right? We all represent business, and business demand creates supply. In IoT security and industrial system security, supply came before demand. Security people, probably we over-insured ourselves. Here is a new market we thought, here is a new part of the landscape that requires protecting. There are new types of infrastructure that doesn't have any security, so we produced the solutions, but there was no commercial demand. There were pilot projects, there were standardization, there was some support from the government. I also participated in the development of subsidized products. Products were subsidized by the government, but it's a business. If there is no demand, we can't stimulate the demand in this case. The attackers stimulate it, right? And they are probably not that much interested in that segment of the economy, so that they would create incentives for the industry to protect these devices. So as a one plane for the defense, there are products, lines of products, certified products, all kinds of products, they're available. We did everything we could. Another thing that slowed down the process is that industrial security and the IoT is very difficult to classify. We've got giveaways or filters or the protocols. But industrial security, I mean, you have such diversity. One thing is to protect a nuclear power plant, and the other thing is to protect your electronic toothbrush. I mean, both of them would be called industrial security, but they're kind of different.
Эксклюзивными, кастомными, либо просто малоизвестными.
Every industry used to come with custom protocols, very exclusive protocols, and their own requirements to API and embeddedness, whatever. It was next to impossible to produce a versatile set of solutions. So either you had to have a big customer that would request a custom development, but probably if it's a big customer, they have their own development in-house. But if you have, we didn't have a market with a lot of customers, we didn't have a market, period. There weren't any pools of customers that could communicate efficiently with the developers. Probably it will happen once at the next stage when all the IoT devices become more standardized, when a particular technology wins, like GPS 1, or when Wi-Fi 1, maybe then, but at the moment there's just no demand, and we are ready. I disagree as always, as is my custom.
Принципы экономической теории.
I'll explain myself. Probably classical economic theory doesn't apply here. It's not about supply and demand, it's about the consumer market. Are people willing to pay 20% extra for security online? And probably most of you will say no. You think that the internet should be secure and the operator should provide you with secure and safe internet. The operator will tell you that it's not their duty, and both parties will be right, actually, because the regulator doesn't oblige the operator to do that. If you ask consumers whether they would be willing to pay extra for security of onboard computer, if it's a foreign vehicle, for instance, in a car, and then probably people will say no. But if you ask that person how about your brakes fail when you are driving at 90 kilometers per hour? Probably
этой самой
the
пирамиды
customer will agree to pay extra for the security. It's about basic needs. It's the Maslow pyramid.
дополнительные требования по нее, считая, что она и так должна быть по умолчанию встроена.
Well, in any case, security is something basic. It's a basic need, and people think that security should be built into the products that they buy. And the same applies to insulin pumps or card pieces or sex toys or whatever. Is it built in? Well, it depends.
Безопасным, но
Sometimes the vendors think that there is a built-in security, but no experts ever assessed it. That's why it breaks and fails. But this coin has a reverse side. Several years ago, a startup approached me. They produced smart meters for electricity and water. And they told me, we want to talk to the Moscow city government. We want to sell our meters. Everyone's happy with our devices. It's just that we need to have certified cryptography there. I'm sorry, Stanislav.
Вот, и он говорит,
By all means, of course. I'm all in favor. So those guys are saying they want to talk to two vendors, and there are actually two vendors who know how to do it for smart meters, and the cost went 5 times up. So the meter used to be 2,000 rubles a piece, and after you embed encryption, it becomes 10,000 rubles per unit. What can we do? They told me. They asked me. And I said, well, you can't do anything. It's our system. It's how it works. You either bypass the rules or you do not work in the market that demands the impossible. So the startup left Moscow. They went to other regions where the requirements to cryptography are not that demanding. So on the one hand, everybody wants safe IoT. They are not willing to pay for it. The vendors are not willing to pay for R&D because it means a lot of investment, and we don't know yet whether the market really is willing to buy. No one is willing to invest into this emptiness because it may never pay back. So we are going to leave until the first death or something, or until someone decides the regulatory level. No. When someone dies, this is when we are going to have regulation. In the United States, they had the death, and the vehicle regulator and the medical regulator immediately issued their requirements. The same in Europe. Starting this year, they implemented new requirements to the security of the cars, and some of the car vendors decided not to sell their cars in Europe because their cars do not meet the requirements of the European Union in terms of car security, cyber security, not just any security, but cyber security. If every car vendor will have to get a certificate from the FSB, then the price of the cars will shoot through the sky.
То есть, если бы он возрастал на какую-то разумную сумму, то,
I
наверное,
mean, if we would be talking some reasonable markup, reasonable from whose perspective? From the consumer perspective? Reasonable from the consumer perspective. Well, I asked you 5 times. I think it was your fantasy. No, it's not a fantasy. It's a business case. Okay, I'd like to see that business case and see the calculations because 5 times increase, that's like too much. If it were true, we would be driving a different kind of car today to this event. Anyway, usually the software is software encryption is what makes the device expensive. If I mean meters, our prices today are quite modest. Meters, they are produced in millions. I mean, it's not something exclusive, right? Not fivefold, maybe even 5%. But it wouldn't have even 5%. No, 5% is when people can give you a promise and guarantee and sign a particular deal, but if the company says we're not certain, let's do a test, let's do a pilot batch, and the price goes up, and then the various studies and expertise, and, testing and certification, it's like, the cost of coffee beans in the
Кто
cup
участвует
of
в этой
coffee is 4%.
вот не
Everything else are markups and hidden costs from everybody else involved in producing this cup of coffee.
Да, конечно, фигачить
Well, if
сначала
it's a startup and no one is sure if they succeed or not,
бесплатно.
then, well, probably.
Как и в любой другой области, не только фотографии, просто везде. Когда же приходит, условно, производитель счетчиков, который уже стоит во всей России, и уже
But
понятно, что
even if it's a well-known manufacturer,
у нас было много, например,
if
там, если
we
говорить
don't know about a new product, if we are not certain when it's going to, if it's going to sell. If you remember, Irreglona SIM cards in every car transmitting the data in case of accidents. The market was clear. Everyone knew what the market was, so no one would offer
в итоге нужно закладывать
a price that would increase the price of that solution fivefold.
Потому что когда полгода кто-то математикой занимается, а потом разрабатывает, полгода работы математиков не сильно кто-то может заметить, там не в толщине отчетов
And
меряется.
often people do not notice that in an encryption product there are six months of mathematicians' work. Eric GLONASS doesn't exist anymore. Well, yeah, it's good. Economics failed, and there were other reasons too, but the business case never worked out.
Какие-то атаки крупные за последние там
Since you
пару
are experts in the last couple of years, were there any major IoT attacks? Yes. In November last year, not in Russia, but chastity belts, electronic chastity belts. They were attacked, and I think that in those circumstances, anyone
атака, да,
would
это
give up anything. They have to be unblocked. We will not talk in millions of users, but quite a number. There are also attacks on hard paces, cardio paces. Not nice, or disabling the brakes system in cars, or the
без большого
hoovers that clean the rooms, the automatic ones. Roman said that many attacks become targeted attacks. We are not aware of many of the attacks, really. Why do you have to break into everything if you can organize targeted? Oh, here is another example.
У него был фитнес-трекер.
A runner had a fitness tracker that shared telemetry data with an app, a cloud app, and he fought in the military conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and this person was identified, and he was killed. But many people do not think about themselves. It's like with your usual insurance policy, you buy one just because everyone does that. You don't believe that you will ever need it. Roman, Sergey, anything to add? I would like to go back to businesses and corporate clients.
Безопасности IoT не очень часто для меня тема.
I had to deal with IoT security on 2 occasions. The first one happened in the construction industry. It was a developer. And the idea was to build a smart home from zero. And I think Today, you can buy such a construction project in the market, but several years ago, it was not possible. You couldn't buy such a house, out of the box. The developers, I mean,
застройщику нужно
the developers had to protect the whole infrastructure of the house to make sure that IoT devices could function securely inside the house. But then just think about all the
дом. В чем-то похожая суть.
IoT devices in production facilities. Same. Well, one thing is a production facility, a plant. Another thing is a house. This construction company makes it concrete, and that's their business. But then they thought that they decided that they wanted to design a smart house and to become experts in pen testing and audits and cybersecurity. It was weird. Another case is related to another organization that worked meters. It was decided eventually that would be easier to protect the perimeter using, regular standard control devices and solutions rather than go to protocols for each and every meter that they had inside the perimeter. Several years ago, when I worked in an international company and we had international projects, there was one big project. There was this company that metered the consumption of electricity, the smart meters.
Всей модели от, скажем так, от дистрибьютора до потребителя.
They built models from distributors to consumers of electricity using smart devices. That organization spent a whole year to select correct protocols that would be more or less safe, but also to marry them, to integrate them, to enable them to work together.
Работало год на, скажем так, проектирование, пусконаладку и еще
It took them a year to design, to set up on commission, and I'm not sure that it ever paid back. So the general opinion, as far as I understand, that IoT security is important, but we don't have money for IoT security. Well, the way I understand it today, it's easier and faster to secure your infrastructure that will run an IoT device rather than to protect each of the IoT devices individually. No, another option is to disconnect from the global internet.
Умеем?
А внутренних у нас, вот Роман говорит, нет. Всё.
Как нет?
But we do not have internal.
из этой
What do you mean? We don't have internal what? Internal enemies? Okay, so if you disconnect from the global internet, external enemies will not penetrate, but what about internal ones? Well, since Alexei appointed me the ambassador of the FSB, there is
подскажет лучше. Требуется ли там непрофессионал, честно говоря.
Sealing. The whole thing about sealing seals, like in train cars, for instance. If there is money in a project, if there is an idea, for instance, to use special devices that would control the penetration into the train cars that are sealed.
И так как где возникают конкретные убытки у транспортных компаний, у
стороны, там breaking into cargo trains costs more money than securing each door, then the investment is immediately found. In my previous life, I worked in Cisco.
И встречали его с одним из
And we brought one of the VPs of Cisco to Russia, and we had a meeting with one of the deputy prime ministers here in Russia. We thought about implementing smart metering. You know that electricity leaks during the transportation stage are huge, up to 20%. So we proposed a design that would involve solutions from different vendors, but that would save up to 20% of the electricity. And the government reviewed our designs and said, well, our electricity is so cheap, we don't need that. Thank you very much. That's one story. The other story is as soon as we go to the level of an apartment with those smart meters, there are some, people working at some regulator who believe that information on energy consumption in a particular household is personal data, because otherwise we'll be able, we by this data we'll be able to judge whether people live in this apartment or people do not live in this apartment, and we'll know exactly when, at what time the person was in the apartment, at what time of the day. So it's a matter of this person's security. If the person is not at home, then the apartment can be robbed. I mean, you can go far in this logic. There were attempts to make an electricity meter as a personal data handling device.
Ну, то есть
Утечки в полный рост.
то есть ты намекаешь на то, что нам надо поговорить на
So
нашу
you are hinting really to us that we need to start discussing the fines for personal data leaks. Okay, I wanted to start with biometrics, but okay, let's discuss the turnover-based fine. How about penalties and personal data leaks?
Ну, если будет 3% с оборота персональных
If
данных,
the fine is 3% of the turnover,
Смотри, давай я
will the data continue to leak, or will they stop to leak? Let's have a quick polling of the panelists. If my memory serves me right, 3% is on the second time, right? It's not important. It is important. No, the media says 3% of the turnover. Well, the mass media can say whatever they like. They say many different things. In my job, I do risk management. And sometimes I have to discuss data leakages and fines with the lawyers rather than security people. Very soon, these people tell me that a 3% fine is a maximum fine on the second occasion, on the second during the second case.
У меня происходит, то есть я уже что-то инвестирую в кибербез.
So the logic is, I'm already investing something into cybersecurity. My investment is not zero. I'm not wasting my data. I'm not throwing the data around. I try to be compliant with the data privacy laws, and then the data leaks, and I get the first fine.
Операционных по разным причинам несущественно. Ну, прям.
And that fine is not very big. For a big organization,
Не 50
no,
миллионов.
no, the first fine will never be 50 million. No, it will not be 50 million.
Когда они
Never 50 million. Okay.
Тем не менее, дальше. Я как организация должен
As an organization,
ничего не делать, ничего не предпринимать. Да еще второе.
then I get a fine, right? And then I do nothing. And then the second leak should happen, and only after that I will be fined the second time, and the second fine will be based on my turnover. Now, what I'm driving at is I'm talking to customers. I need to understand what's their risk appetites. And it turns out that the turnover-based fine is a delayed action. And then whether my organization was the source of the leak, that's a different story. Well, actually, this is an important question. Who is the source of the leakages? Since any kind of personal data can be found on dark, and how this is going to be investigated, especially in the context of what Alexei talked about, if meters, electricity meters, and devices that handle personal data and a phone number is also personal data, as well as the chastity belt. Exactly. Then why the fine? What will be the basis for the fine? No, the market feels, the perception of the market is that this is a long-term measure, that it's a delayed measure, it's a postponed measure. But this fine doesn't provide for any mitigating circumstances.
Организации, которые сейчас уже не занимаются.
No, you will not find organizations that don't do anything at all. But leakages, I can't understand how companies can control all of their leakages. I mean, it's not like I do not believe that anyone will be able to protect themselves 100% from the leakages. If Rostelecom leaks, if the Department of Information Technology of Moscow leaks, everyone leaks.
Безопасности, прикладываем все силы и так далее.
The answer to your question is we are very attentive to our information. Exactly. Everyone is very attentive. Everyone is very careful. Businesses invest, but leaks still happen.
Навеяло зарубежное регулирование.
Turnover-based fines are it's a tide that came from other countries, really, like GDPR. Mitigating circumstances, no mitigating circumstances. They've been existing in this paradigm for the past 5 years. Huge penalties. Whether this is a silver bullet, well, obviously this is not a silver bullet. It has not yet become a silver bullet.
Вопрос прозвучал. По поводу GDPR, тут я прокомментирую.
On the subject of GDPR,
оборотные штрафы действительно есть.
They do have turnover-based fines, and it's not just in the European Union. They also have them in other countries for personal data leaks. But you see, there is always a specific description of the crime. That is to say, non-compliance with certain requirements or non-adoption of particular measures. In case of the Russian regulator, is just it's a fine on general terms, based on the fact that the data leaked, regardless of what caused the leak and where it leaked from. Yes, there is another provision in the law that describes the circumstances under which the data leaked. But what I'm trying, yes, I understand that, but I'm trying to understand really from the experts whether there is a corpus delicti, if it's as uncertain as it is now.
Это поможет.
If I mean, is this going to help against the leaks? No, it's not going to help against the leaks. It will not stop them. If the data leaks, it means that someone needs it.
Данные будут течь, потому что они
Same
востребованы.
here. The data will continue to leak because the market wants the data. If there is demand, going back to the economic theory, if there is demand, there will be supply. And GDPR statistics demonstrates that this turnover-based fine, strict punishment, the progressive punishment penalties does not affect the level of crime.
Поэтому, по сути своей,
Be it criminal offense, be it an administrative offense, it doesn't matter. So again, we are facing here another oppressive attacks and submit to it. Okay, colleagues, to go back to the start of the question, whether the data will stop leaking after those considerable fines. No, of course, the data will keep leaking. Should we protect personal data? Yes, we should. Should the operators be responsible for leaks? Yes, they should be responsible for leaks. But we must understand that an operator that invested 100,000 into its security system and another operator that invested 10 billion into their security system, well, in both cases, data may leak. It's a fact. So as an operator of personal data and as a company that has cybersecurity unit, the fines are considerable and they can affect the whole business. It's true. Consumers may suffer because there is a circulation of money, of cash in the world, the cash comes from somewhere, right? But you have to do something. We will not fight the draft law. Instead, we will offer some means of compensation. Together with Rostelecom and Solar and other colleagues in the Big Data Association, we developed a proposal. There is a standard that we drafted, a standard for the operator of personal data and how the operator should protect the data. There is a checklist, really, what the operator did in order to protect the data. External audits, regular pen testing, whatever. It's a big and mature document, and personal data operator will be able to rely on it and say that, well, I did everything possible, everything yeah, I have a security operations center. I have all the means of protection. I have a regular pen test and external audits. I remove the vulnerabilities within the prescribed time. And if the operators go through the checklist, and we know, and if there is still a leak, then this can be a mitigating. How did you call it? A mitigating circumstance, exactly. Well, at the moment, the law doesn't provide for it. Well, this is how we proposed that mitigation can be included into the law. Well, I can tell you from our experience, and probably it's not a secret, really, I can share it. What is being discussed right now is 0.1% of the turnover for information security. That's one kind of mitigation circumstance. Another way to mitigate the fine, reduce the fine, is compensation to those who suffered from the leaks. Do you know how many? Well, like my data leaked, I do not feel like I'm a victim. Anyone feels like they're victims if their data leaks? How do they use it?
От фрода страдаем.
Oh, they call. Oh, okay. So fraud, right? But fraud, yeah, we have to fight subscriber fraud. Anyway, and the third one is compliance with the Russian laws. So put together, this sounds quite weird. I disagree with some of the comments here. Personal data must be protected, whether it's an axiom. I disagree. Half of my data, I don't care about them. They are already out in the public, or I don't want to protect them. Besides, personal data is personal. It means that we as owners must decide what to do with them. We decide whether this piece of data is personal or not. Roskomnadzor can't tell me what I need to do with my data if I want. It's known that I participate today in the RHF. This is public information. It's not personal, really. It doesn't need protecting. So people to protect, even to get my consent for processing of this personal data, I find it to be nonsensical. So what needs to be done is differentiation rather than making it an absolute. But Alexei, no one is asking.
Был, и как бы основное это что там, что автоматом, что-то нет. Там фишка основная этого закона, я когда внимательно почитала, я поняла, в чем вот
When I read the law on
что я не могу дать согласие на обработку своей биометрии, например,
biometrics.
Или
I can't give my consent for processing of biometrics to Tinkoff or to MTS. If I give my consent to Tinkoff, then automatically I also consent that the biometric data be shared with the government, with the central biometric system.
По поводу взлома
And
векторов.
by the way, speaking about the hacking of vectors, are vectors hacked? Stanislav, vectors are not encryption protected. Vectors are the essence of the collected biometry. But when the vector model was first introduced by the law and is currently being implemented in big banks and organizations, it became clear how every organization can build a system of data protection.
Обеспечивает только правильный канал работы с этими самыми векторами. В чем идея? Когда вы собираете...
So here is the idea when you collect biometrics into the unified biometric systems under the control of the central biometric system, and then after that, everyone who needs access to the biometry, they have an interface to communicate with the central data warehouse, and then they use vectors. They can authenticate and identify the users. So you collect all data in one place, and in another place you collect all the data that is protected during the process of authentication, during the process of consenting for the use of biometry. A biometry is a summary, it's an essence, it's not all of the biometry that was collected from a person. And since biometrics as an area of research is still under development, the concept of all biometrics collected and a vector that is sufficient to authenticate or to authorize in a particular system is the right concept. Encryption that's used there, starting from the unified biometric systems all the way to terminal devices that are used for authentication, that's a slightly different story. The regulation is there as to how to comply with it, probably requires a separate session. Now, this is an interesting question, unfortunately. And it's something that we've been discussing for a while, but people don't want to discuss it very much. But actually, there are two questions. Anti-fakes. You can't protect from fakes. I mean, those systems, they do not have those requirements. I mean, I'm sure that encryption will work, but the question is about the requirements, the standards. And another thing is, if biometrics leaks, no one's responsible. Be it the UBS that leaks or the central database that leaks, only the bank is responsible. And the person whose data leaked is on their own because no one's responsible, like I said. Well, government is never responsible. Turnover-based fines. They are accepted from this regulation. Only commercial companies are responsible. Well, everyone is responsible apart from the government. Colleagues, unfortunately, I would love to continue talking to you. I've got so many questions still unanswered. Let's have a panel discussion or another session. I still have many questions with me, and I would have loved talking to you for another 3 hours. But as a moderator, I need to bring the discussion to an end. Okay. We covered so many different topics. These are all the questions that the organizers prepared for us. They wanted us to discuss, to go through all these different items. Probably we should have concentrated on a couple of them instead of spreading out across so many. But the most important trend, information security. Let's
Начнем мы с Сергея.
Я был уверен, что буду заканчивать.
Let's be fortune tellers, crystal gazers. What will happen in the future? I'll vote for the ecosystem approach. We see that the threat landscape is expanding together with the attack vectors. The worst thing is when we do not see things when things are not visible, the ecosystem approach, and I'm sure that you're all involved in one or another ecosystem, this is a viable approach. And I think that the same will happen to this cybersecurity. It's not about vendor lock, it's about systems that integrate between themselves. You get the feeling of real security. You see everything and you will be able to respond to that. The key word is ecosystem.
Чего-либо в рукавах подход к безопасности с откровенной оценкой
I believe that the best approach to security is an objective approach, is to be honest, to be frank, is
в одну систему, дай бог, что-нибудь защитит. Обычно так не работает.
not to try to fit everything into one cybersecurity system. It doesn't work like that. You have to be selective. You have to be
уже изначально
targeted in your approach. And this is how people start to design their systems now, not to make the file bigger, but instead to make sure that in 3-5 years, after the system has been in use, everyone will still be certain that it's not just a money sink, but the system is protected from the relevant threats, not any threat, but the relevant threats. You design to the relevant threats. I mean, it sounds like something very obvious, but it's not like it was done before. You throw everything at a threat and see what sticks. But now people become, the targets, they aim better. Well, I've got 2 points to make. The first one is more of a desire rather than a vision. In my work, we do data intelligence, we build scenarios, we compute risks. It's hard work, but it's a routine work. So I would be very happy, and this is my wish, my desire. So I would be very happy that once we switch to ML or AI, we will be able to remove this long, routine, and boring analytical work from people, and we'll start using simpler, more streamlined mechanisms like recommendation-based, for instance. And my second remark, and it's something that's very subjective. Of course, I fall back on my knowledge of the trends, but I'm thinking that there may be a new class of systems out there, a class of orchestration that will orchestrate lower tier systems. Compared to today, that new class of orchestration should provide not only technical protection, security, but also process impact or governance impact. This hierarchy of the means of protection keeps growing and growing. At the same time, there is also a growing need to better, more efficient internal communication and interaction between the ecosystem, devices, businesses, security, etc. So my second hypothesis is about that class of systems to manage processes and to control sensors and whatever you have else inside that infrastructure. Alexei? The first trend is cyber wars, because we live in the period of cyber wars. Cyber warriors that we acquired in the last couple of years, the IT armies in the last couple of years, there are more than 500 groupings operating in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So these cyber warriors, once these wars are over and conflicts are over, they will enter the civil segment and they will start attacking without the support of the governments, but they will start attacking using their skills against commercial entities. The other trend is we will finally understand that security is not a process, but it's a result. It would be wonderful to be able to see what we are protecting ourselves against, and we need to be able to demonstrate that we are protected. Not just to say that I have a certificate or I have this and that, this piece of paper, but I want to be able to prove that we can't be hacked. Measurable result, measurable output. And fragmentation, data sets, AI, companies, and maybe even the internet.
Не хотелось бы, чтобы
I
он
think that this trend is already pronounced. I don't want this trend to be to become a reality, but probably over a period of 10 years, we are going to see further balkanization, say a dozen different islands. Okay, good. Now we have time for a couple of questions from the floor. Please introduce yourself. Yes, sure. My name is Vasily Kirsanov. I think encryption is one of our strengths.
Это можно делать дешево. Ну, у нас есть опыт встраивания в разные. Ну, то есть вот навскидку.
I mean, how much does a meter cost? About 5,000 rubles, right? And maybe if you add the markup of 10-15%, then yeah, it can be done over the for that much money. And if we are talking hundreds and thousands of devices, then yeah, it's possible to have a small markup through encryption. If the volumes are millions, yeah, exactly. That was the point of our discussion. When the volumes are big and guaranteed, that's one thing. But if it's not guaranteed yet, then and you also have to explain to the consumer why they need to pay 15% more for the new type of encryption if before that they paid much less or didn't pay at all. No, the idea is that yes, with big volumes it works, but when the volumes are small, it doesn't work. The economics doesn't work.
Да, существенную. А когда небольшая партия, вот как мы говорили про
If it's a
пробную,
small batch, if it's a test batch, what do? No one is going to develop a separate solution for a device to be produced in small batches.
Ну, стоит денег и да. Спасибо.
But R&D costs money. Well, okay, got
Да,
it.
Александр.
Thank you. Yes, Alexander.
Я вообще готовил к этой сессии сложный вопрос, но можно я немножечко легкий комментарий про будущее?
Только не про выборы.
I have a quick comment. Not about elections, please. Well, almost, but not. No, not. We are at a Russian Internet Governance Forum. What is governance? Involving stakeholders, the government, academia. Are you going to ask a question? Well, yes, it's a question. Well, just a second. I'm leading to my question. Civil society and everything else. And here we've got 4 corporates. One of them is associated with the government. How about
Помечтать о том, чтобы все-таки...
exactly? How about one day on the stage we have here not only the people who hold licenses for the FSB, but also the civil society, not just lawyers, but also civil scientists. Like
как гражданское общество. Ну и, конечно, большая открытость публикаций.
Вопрос будет?
And more openness. Well, the question, it's a request, not a question. For the cybersecurity session next time, for the next RIGF, can you please invite people who would represent different stakeholders? A last question, one more question, quick one. Colleagues, friends, thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. Loved it, especially quantum computers and cryptography. My love as to the turnover-based fines. Yeah, well, that discussion will require us another 2 hours. Tomorrow there will be a session that you can attend if you're interested in those fines. But encryption, I agree. Encryption is one of our strengths. But what about encryption? It doesn't work fully in e-government. Lawyers, us lawyers, For instance, I am still submitting applications to the investigative committee without electronic signature. In Kazakhstan, online arbitration, everything, absolutely everything, they are already using electronic signature everywhere. But here, it's just that my thesis was, our technology of electronic signature has been in use in Gazprom since 1974. What's the question? Until when? What's the question? Let's promote Russian encryption. Let's discuss. No, this is a comment for me. It's for my sake rather than yours. We as users, we are all in favor of electronic signature. Right, thank you very much. You wouldn't find anyone more interested in promoting Russian encryption, and you will not find anyone more interested in this room than me. But there are indeed still many areas that do not use encryption.
Хотят удаленно, третьи хотят упрощенно, и каждый раз.
It's the same problem. Some of them want to do it remotely, others on the phone, yet others in a simplified way. And we, as a license holder from the FSB, we're trying to solve this issue as best we can. But of course, well, thank you very much for your support. Okay, very well. Let's thank the panelists. And see you soon. See you again at the next RIGF. The first Russian Data Forum is taking place next week on the 18th at 10 o'clock. Please come to the session dedicated to the leaks.
Дамы и господа, дорогие участники форума, дорогие
Ladies and
зрители
gentlemen,
позвольте нам начать
dear delegates,
под названием «Глобальное
esteemed
цифровое
guests,
сотрудничество». В
we
частности,
are
рад
ready to
приветствовать
start
глобальный
our
центр
session
форум
on
и
Global Digital Compact
Координационному
and
обществу.
the
Центр глобальной IT-кооперации.
World Summit on the Info Society Plus 20. My name is Roman Chukov. I'm with the Center of Global IT Cooperation. Vadim Glushenko is with the Center for Global IT Cooperation. Vyacheslav Yerokhin is with Radio Research Institute. Together, and Boris Vasilyev is with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Together with us, we also have online Stiko Saba, multi-stakeholder advisory group member, founder and coordinator of the Ethiopian Youth IGF, Miloš Ivanovic with Open Group, the Yu Xiao from the Institute for Digital Economy and Artificial Systems, and from the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, Rina Dadwan.
Предпосылок этой дискуссии
So, colleagues, one of the key reasons to have this discussion is the so-called zero draft of the Global Digital Compact that was published quite recently. Please raise your hand if you are familiar with the notion or maybe even have read the document. Thank you very much, everyone who did that and who raised their hands. I'm glad actually that many people will finally find out about the Global Digital Compact. If you remember last time, we also had a discussion centered on GDC together with the .ru Center. We organized several roundtable discussions, panel discussions. We collected the opinions from the Russian expert community to be later submitted to the GTC. Is the new initiative of the United Nations Secretary General and the Summit of the Future this fall will discuss the proposed document, the draft, and either adopt or not adopt it. As to the process itself, we will learn about its details from our speakers and we will be willing also to provide our feedback on what was shared with the public until now, at least. Let's start with Vadim Glushenko. Yes, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. Thank you for honoring me to be the first speaker during this session for us at the Center for Global IT Cooperation. This is an important event. It's a highlight of the year. Last year, we acted as the focal point for the Russian expert community. Several dozens of various entities and organizations were involved in drafting the Russian proposals to the GDC. The document was long in the making, and finally, a week ago or so, the zero draft of the GDC was finally published. And during the session today, we are going to get information from the horse's mouth, from the organization that coordinated the whole process of drafting the GDC, or preparing the document. That's the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. And most importantly, we are going to hear insights from our colleagues from three global geographies, one in Asia, the other in Africa, yet other in Europe. The global community on a very small scale, but still we'll see. Well, actually, more than 6,000 submissions were made to the GDC office. And to open the discussion, let me walk you through some of them, because we also acted, as I explained, as a point for collecting, a platform for collecting those proposals. My impressions of these proposals is a mixed one. A lot of work was carried out to systematize and structure everything into the final document. In terms of structure, I find this exercise quite interesting because the document highlights certain tasks or goals like bridging the digital divide, expanding opportunities for integration into the digital economy, creating a secure and reliable digital space, promoting fair and just data governance, etc., etc.
Конечной точкой, отсечкой ставится
And
2030
the
год. И для
year
достижения этих
2030
целей
is set as the deadline for achieving those objectives. There are principles, underlying principles that the signatories to the GTC should follow in order to reach these objectives, including inclusivity, development, meeting the goals of the sustainable development goals. There are 10 principles in total. I'm not going to list all of them. And at the same time, certain KPIs are introduced into the documents, the KPIs that the countries are supposed to reach in their national economies by the year 2030.
тех, кто собирал вот эти
For
предложения.
us, as an entity that collected proposals from the Russian expert community, I mean, what mattered to us was not included into the draft GDP, like the accountability of the digital platforms. In the current draft, I could not distinctly read about the accountability or the role of the state, the role of the government. It's not highlighted or emphasized to the extent that we expected it to be emphasized. So if you review the text, you will see that the main burden is on the platforms and their business, and there is hope that they will self-regulate and comply with certain guidelines. I don't know whether this is actually aligned with the hopes and expectations of the countries where global digital platforms dominate.
Многие страны хотят избавиться.
And well, many countries would like to put an end to this dominance anyway.
В нашем проекте предложений это
Another set of proposals that we had concerned with protection of children online. You know that we have an alliance for protection of children in the digital environment, which is an example of a social initiative and self-regulation of the business. Well, in the draft revision of the Global Digital Compact, we read that children must be protected online, but it's not clear who is going to control that. When we talk about the accountability of the business or the digital platform, we assume that someone is going to supervise or control that. The compliance of the platforms with their obligations. But again, there is nothing on the children's security there. So basically, here we see frameworks of some general principles, standards that would be great if the platforms would comply with them, but there are no controlling mechanisms there.
По управлению интернетом нашего IGF многострадального, о котором тоже
As to the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, and its future, next year, the IGF will be celebrating 20 years, and also the World Summit on the Information Society. And everyone is intrigued what's going to happen with the forum and with the WSIS resolutions. Some international experts are concerned that the IGF will lose its meaning and its functions will be reduced to some technical issues related to internet functioning. There are also concerns that the broad IGF's mandate that it has today, including AI and anti-UN technologies and human rights too, that all of this will be handed over to a different entity under the United Nations aegis. Nothing is said on this topic in the draft GDC. It only says that internet governance is an important process and that the IGF is an important platform
для диалога, для
for what
разговора.
it does, for the dialogue, for the conversation. Summing up, this very first, the zero draft, leaves us with more questions than answers. And the important thing is that little time remains till the actual meeting. Well, thank you. Thank you, Vadim. We are lucky to have the representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to hear directly from them what their position is. Boris Vasilyev is an expert who was directly involved in the process. Well, I'm not the only person working at the ministry. Besides, the GDC is handled by the Ministry of Digital Development in Russia rather than the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are just assisting them. But I'll start with WISIS, the World Summit on the Information Society. We must go back in time for a second why this is such an important process. The process began, well, actually several years before the actual meeting, but it all started with the Tunisia program that was adopted in 2005 at WITIS that contained a lot of consensus solutions or resolutions. They were all important. They're concerned with various parts or aspects of the internet and other information technologies. But the most important resolution back then for us was that the governments agreed that every state has the right to govern the internet within their own internet segments, national segments. So basically, it was a call to start the process to internationalize the internet governance process. The IGF became a discussion site rather than a place where decisions would be made. We lived with this decision of the OSS together with developing countries. We kept calling to further internationalization of the internet governance process. Of course, this runs against objective difficulties and the position of Western countries who are against such an appeal, but this decision, I think, can still be made. It's still relevant. It hasn't been made until now. So everywhere at all international sites in May, there will be a forum of the meeting, the World Summit. We will insist on bringing this decision to life. Speaking about the WISIS plus 20 process, we believe that representatives of certain countries, some experts are offering some rather contradictory remarks, including the Secretary General or the Office of the Secretary General of the ITU, that the Tunisia program is outdated, that no one remembers now how it was adopted and who adopted it, that the everything in the Tunisia program has already been done, and we need to start thinking about something new to forget everything that was done in the past and start doing something new. We are against it. We believe that the WISIS process should continue because, again, at least one key resolution from 2005 has not yet been implemented, like I said. Why is this important in the context of GDC? The initiative came from Mr. Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations. It was put forward several years ago. Since then, we've been waiting for the text to emerge. A lot of preparatory work was taking place, meetings and consultations with the expert community, and we were willing to see the end product, so to say. I'm representing here a government entity, while the United Nations is an intergovernmental institution. First, we were hoping to see the text at the end of last year, then early this year. Well, finally, in early April, we can now read the first draft of the GTC. The ambition is to have it adopted in September this year at the Summit of the Future. A little time remains, and we will have to work real hard with this text and over the text. In its current shape, the GDC is not really an agreement. It's it's just that in English, the document is called a compact, and in Russian we call it договор. Договор also translates as an agreement or even a treaty. The compact will not be a binding document, while whenever we say договор in Russian, we mean something binding. So it was a mistake in translation that we made at the start of the process. However, okay, let's keep calling it договор, compact. And we believe that in its current shape, it doesn't meet the interests, or it doesn't match the interests of the developing countries. Like take the regulation of digital platforms, for example. Vadim has already spoken about it, but it really boils down to the following. Digital platforms should be regulated by the consumer agreement between the digital platform and the consumer. It's nonsense. It means no regulation, because the digital platform writes the text of the agreement. It can change the agreement at whim. It's one of the provisions in the agreement itself. There is no control, while the developing countries and Russia have always been pointing out that global digital platforms, transnational corporations, multinational corporations, they often behave in an improper way. They impose their will on the user in violation of the international law and the consumer agreements, user agreements. They say that they can block users if they disagree on political terms or something. I mean, it's all very strange. And that provision in the GDC hints really at who authored this section. It looks like it was written by the digital platforms themselves rather than governments, let alone users. Since the United Nations is an intergovernmental organization, the governments should have been involved, but it's not just our opinion, but the opinion of many other developing countries that was not taken into account in that particular section. If you take another section on the internet, well, remember I started my contribution here with WITIS, it all boils down to the idea of the so-called multi-stakeholderism. And this approach, of course, is a useful idea. We need the dialogue when it comes to internet governance. We should have a dialogue with different stakeholders. It's vital, it's essential. That's why we have IGFs. That's why we have global IGF and regional, local IGFs. But internet governance is something different. Internet governance is who takes the decisions. It's not about who is talking to whom. We know that the decisions on IP and the addresses and the domains are taken by an American legal team. Governments have a consultative status. They can offer a solution or a resolution, but the decision is not taken by them. Things are not changing at all. We hoped that the GDC will make a step forward towards implementation of this important decision by the WISIS, but it didn't happen. Looks like it didn't happen, which is sad. I know that not just Russia, but other developing countries also offered this idea in their proposals. As to artificial intelligence, the GDC sets an ambitious task, and it says there clearly that it should be the basis for regulation of artificial intelligence. Well, that's wonderful, but how is it going to happen? It doesn't say anything about it. How is this regulation going to happen? Instead, well, I have many, critical remarks about the document, but instead what's offered is a recipe. It's suggested that many different institutions are established within the framework of the United Nations. And again, if you review the text of the Global Digital Compact, it's unclear what their mandate will be, what they will be doing, who they will report to, what kind of decisions they will be making. The processes themselves feel rather untransparent. These are all very important questions, including artificial intelligence, and it looks like it's proposed that these questions, these matters are handed over to some unclear institutions, while the United Nations already has important international formats or entities that are already covering all these topics and have the mandate to take decisions. Like in the field of security, there is a working group, the United Nations in the field of international information security, as an example. But it is suggested that for an unclear reason, new formats be established. I think it's a matter for further discussion. And a couple of words on the timeline. The way the whole work to prepare the GDC was organized was very strange. The dates for consultations are shifted all the time. We need to, get a delegation together. We need to arrange for visas. We need to, administer the process. There is little time left to work on the text. So this brings me to one conclusion, that by September this year, to reach a consensus that would satisfy all developing countries, I think it would be next to impossible to solve this difficult task. Okay, thank you very much, Boris. We now know the position of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and our next speaker will be Renata Dvon. We were lucky to have a representative from the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. This is the office, this is the team that coordinates the drafting of the GDC on behalf of the United Nations. Renata, over to you. If you can hear us, please join our discussion.
Good morning, good afternoon to you. Can you hear me? Great. And my apologies that I'm going to be speaking in English, but I do not speak Russian. So I hope that interpretation will facilitate. And I hope that if I speak too fast, interpreters, please do request me to change. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I thank you for the invitation. As you flagged, the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology is supporting the Global Digital Compact process, but I would be remiss if I said that we are in charge of the drafting, because of course that is very much something led by the co-facilitators, which is the permanent representatives of Sweden and Zambia in this process. Now, there's a lot there on the table that we could discuss. We could discuss the Global Digital Compact Zero Draft, and I thank the representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for sharing his views on that draft. We could also discuss its links to the WSIS process, and we could also discuss the broader challenges of digital cooperation. What are some of those key challenges going forward? Let me just flag, therefore, a couple of points, and very happy to come in the discussion on more detail on any of these. So first, a little bit about the GDC and its relationship to the WSIS process, which you heard about and discussed. I think when the Secretary General proposed a global digital compact in 2019, that was in the context of a global pandemic that highlighted and revealed the extent to which our international community relies on digital technologies to essentially stay functional during a global unprecedented pandemic. It provided for the means of education, for support, for economies to continue, and for national processes, government processes to be sustained, as well as international mechanisms. But it also revealed the extent of challenges facing the world. Oh, please, I'm apologizing. The noise you will hear is a fire alarm in the UN building. I'll restart when that's finished, excuse me.
В пожарном режиме готовится глобальный цифровой договор. Ну, а мы подождем.
Sure, no worries. It's all right.
So we had an earthquake in the presentation of the Global Digital Compact last week. We had a solar eclipse yesterday, and today we're having a fire drill. So I hope we can continue speaking to go forward. Otherwise, if the organizer would like me to join in a little bit, I can. So maybe just to flag that this Global Digital Compact is an attempt to, I'm sorry, I think it's going to be a little bit loud. I'll try to come back in a moment. Okay. I think we finished. Let me hope that we can continue. So the Global Digital Compact is really trying to reflect the centrality on our reliance as societally for all social and economic activities of digital technologies today. It's calling for a reinforcement of international cooperation around digital cooperation, but also digital governance. And it's trying to provide a framework to both accelerate implementation of some of the commitments of the WSIS 20 years ago that remain unfinished, but at the same time establish a framework that we can explore emerging technology issues and their implications for international cooperation when they can emerge. And for those of you who have followed the negotiation of the General Assembly resolution on artificial intelligence, the first, over the past 3-4 months, you will have seen how protracted and complex an exercise that can be to try to bring on board new emerging technology issues for international deliberations and debate. So perhaps the GDC is a way of offering a framework that these sorts of conversations can be maintained and sustained, not limited to artificial intelligence, but to other technologies as they develop. I would say then just a couple of points. First, the WSIS, the GDC does not try to undermine or replace the WSIS. The GDC builds on the WSIS. It recognizes the vision of the WSIS, the development-oriented vision, and indeed it seeks to reignite and accelerate progress around some of the dimensions that were critical to WSIS, in particular the commitment to universal and meaningful connectivity, as well as digital literacy and capacity. The second issue that the GDC tries to do is address digital corporations that did not exist when WSIS was established. we did not have social media platforms when WSIS was agreed in 2005. The issues around data governance were not addressed in WSIS. Issues around perhaps digital harms and some of the issues identified by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs representative are also an area of increased focus. So the GDC tries to capture and reflect some of the developments in digital technology, positive and negative, that have taken place over the past 2 decades and enable a framework for international cooperation thereon. Some of the issues that WSIS highlighted have been addressed. For example, spam, considered a significant international challenge in 2005, no longer considered a significant international policy challenge for governments and decision makers. The third way that WSIS GDC tries to build on WSIS is that it puts multi-stakeholderism at its heart. And there, I think there is something distinct about digital technology cooperation and governance that presents novel opportunities, but also challenges for the intergovernmental frameworks of multilateralism. And that is because, unlike previous technologies, for example, nuclear technologies, or perhaps chemical and biological weapons technologies, much of the digital technology developments that we see today is being undertaken and conducted outside of governments. It's developed by private sector, technical communities, through open source platforms. So the need to look at how we bring these communities together and how a much more plurilateral, multi-stakeholder discussion takes place around digital cooperation is essential. Most governments have recognized this role, which does not remove the primary responsibilities and roles and functions of governments, but recognizes that in order to govern digital cooperation, in order to deliver to digital cooperation, it's going to be essential for governments to work closely and actively with the technical community, with private sector platforms, with research, and with civil society actors, as well as regional and international organizations. That was recognized in WSIS, and it's recognized in GDC, and perhaps even further reinforced to build upon. For example, reference to the technical community didn't feature prominently in the Tunis agenda conclusions. It features in the GDC. A brief word on process. The process has been comprehensive. We've been in discussion for over a year now. In February 2023, multi-stakeholder discussions began. There has been sessions for governments only, for private sector only, from other stakeholders only, but most sessions have been involving all three and more stakeholders to listen to each other, to hear each other. And we've taken a series of deep dives looking at specific issues, particularly emerging digital issues, to better understand what has changed in the environment and how can we go forward to build a collaborative agenda for our international cooperation on digital technologies. The draft that has been presented last week represents something that has been acknowledged and discussed for over a year and a half. Written updates have been shared. Everybody has had the opportunity to comment on the outline of the GDC draft. Everybody, including non-member states, have had the opportunity to submit written input to the process. So if anything, I would say this has been one of the more transparent processes of deliberations and engagement that I have in my 16 years in the UN witnessed. Where we are now is that we have a draft. We have moved into the intergovernmental phase of the negotiations. And this will see the UN and the discussions around GDC confined to member states. Obviously, the co-facilitators are committed to update multi-stakeholders, technical community, private sector, civil society, and others. And those meetings have been shared with member states and they're free to join them. There has been a postponement of the start of the first reading, and this is at the request of the G77 plus China. So we have the co-facilitators have acquiesced to that request of the developing countries for a little bit of time to further consider the draft. Let me just say two aspects on what the draft says about internet governance and about AI issues, and then I'll pause. On internet governance, the GDC recognizes the critical role of internet governance as a multi-stakeholder collaboration. It recognizes the value of the Internet Governance Forum, and it proposes that that role be maintained, upheld. It reflects some of the findings of the WSIS Plus 10 review and the indeed reporting of annual IGFs, in that it calls upon and invites the IGF to continue to make more efforts to diversify participation and to ensure that it really is a global multi-stakeholder platform for internet governance. So it reasserts quite strongly that commitment. It does recognize, however, that the IGF needs to focus on what the IGF does best, which is a policy discussion collaboration platform for matters related to internet governance. It therefore does not propose the IGF as a mechanism for overall follow-up to the entire GDC mechanism. This is in keeping with the WSIS framework of 2005, which, in recognizing the IGF, did not establish a role for IGF for all WSIS follow-up. On the question of artificial intelligence, the co-facilitators drew on two things. They drew first on the conclusions and the context and the text of the first General Assembly resolution on AI, which highlighted a set of areas pertinent for international AI governance, particularly issues around scientific consensus building and horizon scanning, issues around the importance of harmonization and interoperability on standards and emerging governance frameworks for AI, issues around AI capacity and recognizing the needs of the Global South, issues around funding, and then issues around risk management. Those functions parallel almost exactly to the report of the Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Body on Artificial Intelligence, a body established last year by the Secretary General, which published its interim report in December, and it sets out 7 functions for international AI governance. Those functions, as I said, very neatly parallel. So what the co-facilitators tried to do in the GDC draft is reflect those functions and offer some thoughts as to what mechanisms might support the implementation of these international AI governance related functions. This is obviously for discussion of member states. So far, and I'll conclude here, the reaction to the GDC Zero draft has been very positive. We were happy to hear from the G77, from the Small States Group, from the Africa Group, from ASEAN, and from other representatives that they feel the Zero draft offers a well-structured draft, and includes, particularly people liked the action-oriented nature of the document and the focus on outcomes and the sustainable development goals. Obviously, the detail will remain, and a key question for many member states is how to negotiate the AI section at a time when the Secretary General's high-level advisory body in AI has yet to issue its final report, and when other discussions are underway in the General Assembly around AI deliberations and processes. So that will be obviously something that will be challenging and will require sustained conversation. I will pause here, but very happy to hear questions, comments, thoughts. And again, once again, my apologies for the untimely fire alarm.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Dawn. It was extremely important for us to hear it directly from the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. I don't know about questions at the moment because we do not have much time left. We will first let all the speakers take their turn. And actually, we received a relevant question during the online broadcast whether we can share the link to this Zero draft. And colleagues are going to try to send either the document itself or the link to the document into the chat. There is another question. What is it? There was this rhetorical question. How can we protect our children online if the United Nations doesn't want or is guided in its decisions by commercial entities. Okay, now let's turn to Vyacheslav Yerokhin, who represents the Radio Research Institute, one of the leading think tanks and the academic, an academic entity, an academic representative of the academic community. Mr. Yerokhin, I know that you prepared the slides. Can we have them on the screen, please? Can you share with us your point of view on the whole process of the GDC and the zero draft? Well, anything that you wanted to discuss today. Right. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Can we go directly to the next slide, because it's the only slide in my presentation that I have. My presentation, my talk will be practical. I don't want to discuss the wordings that are used in the document. Instead, I wanted to share with you some of the practical aspects of the document preparation, in accordance with the multi-stakeholder approach and the approach that calls for engagement of different stakeholders. Everyone who wanted to could have participated in the drafting of the GTC. So, my question to the room is, do we have anyone who was actually involved in the GTC process? Did anyone here participate in the consultations? Did anyone here made the submissions or anything? Roman, you did? Well, ex officio, right. But in the room, we only see people from the .ru center and Alexander as a representative of the civil society. The comment is off the microphone and can be translated. Right. Right. So there are three things that I wanted to bring up. On the slide, I'm showing now the roadmap for the GDC drafting. I wanted to dwell on three things: the schedule, the process, organization, and how the submissions were administered or processed. The starting point for the GDC was October 2021, September 2021, when the Secretary General made a report, Our Common Agenda. That was 2021. Then during 2021 and 2023, the contributions and opinions from the community, from the stakeholders, were collected on the topic of internet challenges and what could be incorporated into GTC. The deadline for submissions was the 31st of March. It was then extended to the 30th of April. If you look at dynamics of those contributions, and since I was directly involved in the process and I was drafting memos, you can see the data here. We received only 14 submissions before the 30th of April. On the 30th of April, 178 submissions. So there was a surge in the last 2-3 months. That's when the proposals started to accumulate. There was the Addis Ababa forum first, and there much attention was drawn to the GTC that happened in the end of 2022. There was also the March WSIS forum in March, where the envoy was present personally. So 2 years were given to the stakeholders to make their submissions, and then it took basically everyone 2 or 3 months to actually make those submissions. Probably we didn't need those 2 years. But was everyone aware between 2022 and April 2023, although it was extended by 1 month, but did everyone have time to send all their proposals? Well, again, there were 2 years, right, to send your submissions. I will keep coming back to this 2-year period. Then the facilitators, the coordinators, were appointed, Sweden and was it Rwanda?
Затем
And
прошли тематические консультации.
then after
Говорил,
that,
можно было участвовать
yeah,
представителям.
Rwanda. And after that, thematic consultations were organized. The schedule was rather tight. Initially, there were hopes to have 11 of those sessions. Eventually, we held only 8.
То есть в режиме монолога. И данные
These sessions were in the form of a monologue, in the form of statements. But these statements were collected to produce a high-level memo or a report that was provided to the General Assembly. In May 2022, a conceptual policy brief emerged
была некая
from the office of the Secretary General, and we believed this document to be a vision for the future GDC. After that, there was a long break, and in 2024,
связанная с подготовкой финального документа.
the activity resumed. In February and in March, there was a round of informal consultations with stakeholders. You could have participated in them. And again, you could have participated in them in the form of a monologue.
Он
Maybe you
критиковал.
read the paper by Professor Wolfgang Kleinwache, who criticized this approach. I don't know if you read the paper. Not many people did. That again, the sessions are conducted in the form of a monologue. On the 1st of April, the zero draft is out. On the 5th, on the 5th of April, the GDC is launched. On the 12th of April, the first reading without discussion, the 2nd and the 3rd May, second reading, and the dates are changing to this kind of the time schedule is discontinuous, if you know what I mean. It's interrupted all the way, and on the other hand, it's pretty tight.
Но на самом деле, я вам приоткрою
I don't know how the countries articulate their positions. A position of a state, of a government, is always an integral thing. There is always a procedure for interdepartmental coordination. There is a procedure of collecting opinions from the experts. We have different stakeholders, the national authorities, the experts. There is business, there is regulators, the civil society, AI developers, data, I mean, all kinds of stuff. And how can you produce an integral opinion or a position within a very short period of time? That's a big question mark. And I also wanted to give you an insight from this international process. Just wanted to say that for the discussions to be efficient, the countries, the parties, rather, they coordinate their positions so that they can speak together, like G77 plus China. That's what they were saying, that there is very little time for to coordinate the positions. I'm showing you this schedule, this timeline. Again, it's interrupted. And going back to 2021, 2022, those 2 years, long years, they could have been spent on discussing the positions and approaches and agreeing some statements, and instead we see a process that is closed off, that is wanted to say a few words on the policy chief of the General Secretary,
Я себе тут сделал.
Secretary General, sorry.
Необходимости активизации
It's said
регулирования интернета и обеспечения
that
безопасности.
the government's the government's role in the internet governance should be there. There were references in the to the Tunisia program from 2005. In the current version of GTC, there are no references to the Tunisia program. Also, an appeal to the countries to refrain from actions that could damage or destroy the infrastructure servicing cross-border traffic, or infrastructure on which the integrity and the connectivity of the internet depends. An appeal to develop firm criteria and standards of accountability for digital platforms and users to counter hate speech and other harmful online content, and several other very important provisions. I don't want to read the whole list. In the zero draft, you will not see any of those. And why is that?
Сравнение с черным ящиком, внутри которого что-то происходит.
It's kind of a black box. It's an analogy that keeps coming to mind. If you read those 178 contributions, some of them are rather naive, but others are quite valuable and contentful. Many of the ideas in those contributions are not reflected in the zero draft. And it's not like they were one-off ideas. You keep finding them in contributions of different countries or different stakeholders. So we think that this was a process that was not transparent, that was not comfortable or aligned, facilitated for many of the stakeholders. We could have given more time to prepare the document. We could have set up a special theme-based or thematic groups, like a group on content, so that these groups would first consolidate the position of the parties on that particular theme and then contribute it to the GTC.
190 государств, значит, мы за
190 member states of the UN on the 2nd and 3rd of May, in just 2 days. 190 countries are supposed to produce a final text that will be adopted in September. Again, I'm not even reviewing the wording of the GTC itself. I'm just showing you the process. I think that it should teach us a lesson, really, a lesson to the civil society, to all stakeholders. In the future, our work needs to be more efficient, more smooth, better facilitated. It shouldn't be an emergency, mode of operation. Instead, we need a transparent discussion. Until now, we have not seen a discussion, only monologues, only statements. How these statements are then processed and how they become provisions of the GDC at a later stage is unclear. So that was a quick overview. I was involved in virtually every stage of the process. We also produced our positions and made contributions.
Спасибо большое. Я думаю, что да, в целом позиция российской стороны.
Right, I think the position of Russia is clear. Let's now turn to the position of the countries of the global south. Together with us, we've got Ms. Sabatiko from Ethiopia. What is your opinion of the process and the preliminary results of the GDC process? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roman. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this discussion. And I'm so excited to join all of you today. So speaking of the GDC, the potential impact of the DGT has on Africa is very significant. And speaking of the opportunities, for example, well, the GDC emphasizes on closing the digital devices, which is a crucial issue for Africa. Increased connectivity could also unlock many educational opportunities, improve healthcare access, and boost economic growth. Speaking of in terms of the digital skills development as well, it highlights the importance of digital literacy and skills training. Investments also in this area could empower Africans to participate fully in the digital economy and also create innovative solutions. It also promotes inclusive digital economy, and this could really create new jobs and many opportunities for the global south and for Africa including. And it also emphasizes on a good governance in the digital sphere as well. Yeah, so in terms of about the digital draft of the GDC, well, it has so far recognized the existing mechanism and stakeholders regarding the IGF, and some of my perspectives as someone from the global south and as a regional level is first of all, the GDC's focuses on bridging the digital divide. It really aligns with vision of Africa as a whole and ensuring that all the citizens, regardless of location or regardless of socioeconomic status, they have equal access of digital opportunities is very important. However, we must also emphasize that inclusion of marginalized communities, rural areas, and vulnerable populations in this process is very important. And speaking of the positive aspects, the GDC acknowledged the importance of an open, safe, and secure digital spaces. And this is very important for promoting the digital rights, privacy, cybersecurity, and so on. And it's also emphasis on the responsible governance of emerging technologies, such as AI is also very commendable. While also there are areas for improvement, well, the GDC outlines ambitious goals, and we need to have a more concrete action plans. For example, clarity on implementation mechanisms, funding, and accountability is very important. Additionally, we should also address the digital gender gap and also ensure that women and girls actively participate in the digital revolution. Africa can contribute significantly to the GDC's success, and to do this, we must collaborate with other nations and share best practices, learn from successful digital transformation stories within our region. There is also a need to acknowledge, support, and encourage the contribution of youth, playing a key role in the achievement of sustainability. And additionally, there is also need to leverage Net Mundial Plus 10, especially as it can serve as a useful resource point to document our thinking about evolving landscape of internet governance. And as someone who is from the technical community in the MAG of the IGF, well, I'm so happy that the technical community is recognized in this draft, but I also have an input regarding this. Well, as a technical community, we recognize that achieving these goals requires not only financial resources, but also strategic investments in this infrastructure, on skills development, and also on the innovation. The DGC's implementation also, it necessitates dedicated and skills resource. So in order to execute these actions, it will require skilled resources, and as well as this is on the GDC side, of course, and also as well as from the member states. And our role involves in contributing technical expertise are very effective. Another point is while also the GDC introduces new initiatives, we should also be mindful of some of the existing UN entities that already support digital development. And by doing so, we can strengthen capacity by enhancing cooperation as well as coordination. And lastly, the GDC also rightly emphasizes the private sector engagement. And as a technical experts, we do recognize that business, they drive innovation and digital solutions. So developing a supportive legal and regulatory frameworks is very important, and we must tailor those approaches to diverse contexts, considering the unique challenges faced by different countries as well. So yes, in summary, the Zero draft provides a strong foundation, but we must actively engage in shaping its final version to make it truly inclusive, impactful, and beneficial for all, especially for all of us in the global south. Speaking of the WISES, well, colleagues have said a lot about this earlier. WISES held in two phases in 2003 and second in 2005 was one of a landmark event. So it resulted outcomes of the Geneva Plan of Action and the Tunis Agenda established a framework for global digital cooperations on issues like digital literacy, inclusive digital economies, as well as universal access. But the key achievements of the WISES for the global community is that it established a model for inclusive dialogue on many digital issues. So it fostered collaboration between diverse groups. And WISES also helped to pave the way for the IGF, where a platform, where all voices can be heard in shaping the digital governance landscape. So in terms of assessing progresses and charting the future of goals, we can assess how far we have come in achieving the WISES vision, especially for the WISES Plus 20 review, particularly regarding connectivity, digital skills, and inclusive digital economies. And new issues also like AI and other issues also need to have focused attention. In general, WISES laid a groundwork for global cooperation on digital issues, and the GDC serves as a roadmap to implement this vision in the face of evolving challenges and opportunities. That's all for me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Спасибо большое. Очень важно, да, что вы были с нами и
Thank you very
сегодня.
much. Thank you for joining us today. And actually, last Friday, we had the youth RIGF. We called it the Youth Digital Forum. And Mystic Usapa participated in the BRICS Forum, and then, well, it started as a BRICS Forum, but then it became a BRICS Plus session. Colleagues, with the help of the Coordination Center and the Center for Global IT Cooperation, they set up a new expert group of young entrepreneurs, Friends for Internet. We'll see where this cooperation will lead us. As Ms. Tiku said, that it's very important to recognize the contribution of the youth, of the younger generation, in the work to bridge the digital divide and achieve the new digital goals. We're definitely committed to the agenda of the Global South. We have two more international guests. Now I'd like to give the floor to Milos Ivanovic from Serbia. Can you please be brief, given that we have very little time left? What is your perspective on the zero draft of the GDC? And if you have any other remarks, please go ahead.
Dr. Shuko, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in Russian Intergovernance Forum. It's my pleasure to speak and with such distinguished guests. You know, speaking about global digital compact, you know, I think it's always good intentions to actually do something if this is sincere. But I personally don't believe that documents like this should fix all challenges which we have right now. Because, you know, we live in a world where we see a lot of geopolitical, you know, questions, I would say challenges, and it will be very tricky to reach agreement on global digital compact, especially in this current momentum, because we saw a lot of you know, sentences, a lot of aspects about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on and so on and so on, about platforms, about global approach, and so on and so on. But there are a lot of questions about data security, about infrastructure, about who will control this. We saw a lot of processes speaking about internet fragmentation, about commercial aspects, governmental aspects, and that's the question. So if we live right now in, I would say, some multipolar, we live in a world which is rising in a multipolar way, and we see different interests of Russia, of China, of Global South, of India, and so on and so on. So we should address this, and I don't think that this zero draft of Global Digital Compact addressed this in a proper way, because there is no question, there is no answers on question about data control, about infrastructure controlling, about data sovereignty, and this is the question. So when we speak about artificial intelligence, we always speak about who controls the data and what is narrative, because we know that behind of artificial intelligence is some algorithms, data, and all how it works. So if you ask same question, for example, for some AI bot in the United States or in China, maybe the answer will be different. I would say 100% will be different on some aspects. So this is my comment on zero draft, and we definitely in next drafts and in the next documents, we should address challenges like about, you know, platforms, like about, you know, infrastructure, who will control critical infrastructure in some aspects. So yeah, that's the key from my perspective. And when we say, okay, increase of availability of digital technology platforms, software, educational, etc., there is no question how we will reach minimum common framework, especially speaking about Africa, about Global South, and so on. So we need to protect interests of every side in this dialogue, I would say. So I don't see that Global Digital Compact in this moment offered this. And definitely, as we know, I always want to repeat this, we'll currently live in different circumstances, with a lot of challenges, and so on and so on. And I clearly see free technological zone. We see Western European technological zone, we see Russian technological zone, we see Chinese technological zone, and there are a lot of fragmentation processes. For example, when you visit China, many Western services will not be allowed for use. For example, if you are in the States or in European Union, there are a huge debate, and they blocked usage of hardware, I would say, of Chinese hardware. If you're in Russian Federation, Russia has really strict laws on data protection, data sovereignty. All data of Russian citizens should be stored in the territory of Russian Federation. So we should include these aspects also minimum common framework, I would say, on that way. But actually, we speak about global digital compact. So my perspective is that we have to improve global digital compact in a way that we have to include challenges which will be very important for addressing the question of national sovereignty, because we know without data sovereignty, without information sovereignty, there is no national sovereignty at all. And I will conclude with this.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
С нами еще
Colleagues,
товарищ из Китая.
we also have a colleague from China, Mr. Yusao. If you are here, if you can hear us, then let's have the slides of the speaker on the screen. And you have no more than 10 minutes. Please, we need to have time for a couple of questions, at least from the floor.
Hello, everyone. Could you hear me?
Господин Юсяо.
Yes, we can hear you.
Вы с нами?
Yes, Roman, could you hear me?
слышим.
Very well, yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay, so it's my great honor to be invited to attend this event. I would like to share my perspective on the China's role and responsibility as a major country in the digital age. So So today, I would like to share my perspective from 3 dimensions. The first is the views on the WSIS +20 process and the Global Digital Compact and the China's stance, and also about ideas, the institute. So, okay. The WSIS Forum 2020 is about the virtual workshops we hosted before. It's focused on development opportunities for inclusive information societies in the 5G era. It's in order to strengthen the construction of information accessibility environment among countries, reduce the digital divide between different regions and countries, and deeply discuss the new opportunities of information accessibility development in this 5G era. In 2022, we organized another virtual workshop about the Chinese internet society to discuss about the diverse age-friendly internet services and applications for accelerating progress on the inclusive digital environments. So as you may see, from all these contributions, we try to advocate the global cooperation on the digital field. So the China's role and contribution in this WSIS +20 process is actively engaging into this global digital cooperation, and also promote the digital economy development, and also improving the global digital governance system. The advancement of the WSIS +20 process is not only a summary of the past 2 decades of global information development, but also a plan and a vision for future sustainable development. Over the past 2 decades, the WSIS has played a pivotal role in promoting the development of the global information society by bringing together the strengths of governments, enterprises, civil societies, and technology communities. WSIS has promoted dialogue and cooperation among these multi-stakeholders to jointly address the challenges of the information society. With this arrival of WSIS plus 20, it is necessary to review the past achievements and look forward to future development directions. So it is expected that this will become a new starting point, leading the global information society towards a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable direction. And about the Global Digital Compact and China's stance, it's focused on the following fields, like the promoting the development of the digital economy, guaranteeing network security, and protecting personal privacy, and also promoting digital inclusion. And as you may see from the website of Chinese Foreign Ministry, the announcement is about, in the opinion submitted to the Chinese government, to the United Nations on global digital governance, the profound impact of the information technology revolution and the digital economy on human production and lifestyle, economic and social development, the global governance system, and the progress of human civilization is emphasized. At the same time, it is also point out the increasingly prominent problems of global digital governance deficit, such as the unbalanced development of the digital field, the lack of sound rules, and the unreasonable order. It also highlights the importance of principles such as multilateralism, fairness and justice, overall development and security, and deepening dialogue and cooperation. This demonstrates China's active participation in global digital governance and its emphasis and the support for the Global Digital Compact. And also, the China IGF proposals holds a positive attitude towards the Global Digital Compact and has proposed multiple recommendations covering core issues such as digital connectivity, avoiding internet fragmentation, data protection, online human rights, accountability for discrimination and misinformation, and the regulation of artificial intelligence. These recommendations reflect China's proactive stance and propositions in the field of internet governance, as well as its emphasize the support for the Global Digital Compact. By submitting these recommendations, CIGF aims to promote the improvement and the development of the global digital governance system to address the challenges and issues of the digital age. So the view on GDC demonstrates the international community's collective commitment to advancing digital technologies for the benefit of humanity and the process a systematic framework and action plan. It holds positive significance for promoting global digital cooperation, narrowing the digital divide, and driving the achievement of sustainable development goals. China is a major power in digital technology with a huge digital market and a user base. It needs to actively participate into the global digital governance process and contribute to promoting the construction of an open, cooperative, and orderly cyberspace. Meanwhile, the Global Digital Compact aligns with China's development philosophy, emphasizing core values such as fairness, inclusivity, and sustainable development. By participating into the formulation and implementation of the Global Digital Compact, China can better protect its own interests, promote innovative development in digital technology, and provide Chinese wisdom and solutions for global digital governance. So finally, I would like to introduce a little about my institution, the ideas. How could we facilitate all this mentioned, like the digital cooperation process. So this is a new established institute. It's focused on academic solution, and it's also a platform committed to advancing the frontiers of the digital economy, especially under the framework of BRICS New Industrial Revolution Partnership. So this is headquartered in Xiamen, China, and also we have our office opened in Moscow, in Abu Dhabi, in Beijing, and in other BRICS countries' capital city. So we have several departments and the laboratory, and also have regional study centers to help the international and the regional cooperation on digital economy and the technology, cutting-edge technology of artificial intelligence. So I'm really looking forward to have more opportunity to cooperate with everyone. And thanks again for inviting me. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Была возможность
Colleagues,
услышать да, какие-то посторонние.
sorry, there is some. Okay, very good. There was some external sound coming into the broadcast. Very well. So we've heard from China and from the representatives of the global south, and also from
Есть полное представление.
European country, and also directly from the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. So I hope that now you have a better picture of the GDC, a more comprehensive idea of the documents. We received several questions, so maybe Vyacheslav and Boris, you can take the questions. We are already outside of our schedule, so please be brief. AI plays an important role in GDC. The UK and the US initiated the discussion of AI in the UAN in November 2023. Russia didn't participate in the summit. The Western countries probably would like to keep their technological dominance in the AE and keep their leadership in AI with far-reaching geopolitical purposes. What can Russia do, and how can Russia how can Russia contribute to these discussions in the United Nations? Well, we are involved in these processes and in these discussions. Artificial intelligence is discussed across the board at all conferences, events, and platforms. And yes, we promote our vision of the problem, and the emphasis we have is on security, on trusted AI, and similar matters. As to various formats, well, the conferences are convened by the countries. As to this event that was mentioned in the question, well, it's one of the many events. It was not a conference that brought together all of the nations on Earth, and we also read in the mass media that some of the countries that were invited to this event, they experienced some bias against them. So we will just not notice. We will just ignore the output of this event. Well, to answer this question, as to which steps Russia can take, we can keep working in a systemic fashion, consistently, continuously at the United Nations platforms. Perhaps people misunderstand the United Nations. The United Nations is not some super brain of the humankind. The United Nations is not perhaps the only one organization on Earth. It's an
государств.
important one. It's a major organization, but it still is a platform. It's a site where countries come together and work together. It's an intergovernmental association, if you will. The United Nations doesn't have an overarching, it's a platform, you see. On this platform, Russia needs to protect its interests and share its vision. And yes, many countries, Russia included, use the United Nations platform in order to protect its interests and lobby the interests of its business, etc. But it's a platform for negotiations. Our task is to be involved, to monitor the process closely, to participate in all phases. Even if we can't event some of the events, it's all right because we keep working, we keep looking for allies, we work with allies. Because the more people believe in a particular idea, the more strength this idea has. So in order to promote the stance of Russia, we need allies, like-minded allies, and the more we find, the more successful we'll be in protecting our interests. At the same time, we must be flexible and we must be able to adapt to the interests of our partners. So once again, systemic
Спасибо
work.
большое.
Позвольте еще вот короткий комментарий. На
Thank
самом
you.
деле,
And a quick comment from me, if I may.
большое внимание к искусственному
In
интеллекту.
fact,
СМИ,
there
заявления.
is so much interest now to the AI. The mass media is igniting this interest. You hear these discussions at all levels. Sometimes you are under the impression that in 5 minutes AI will capture the world, and that we have already generated the strong artificial intelligence, etc. Well, artificial intelligence is one of the ICTs, information and communication technologies.
В равной степени и
ICTs are regulated.
разными углами.
We have been working with ICTs at different sites, and we have been regulating them for the purposes of ensuring security or for the purposes of development, etc.
В сторону того, чтобы забыть о прогрессе, который мы сделали, и начать все с чистого листа.
Much progress has already been achieved.
Спасибо большое. Коллеги,
Thank you.
повторю вопрос. Есть ли
Colleagues, I will repeat my question to the room. Do we have any more questions from the audience? If not, then I'd like to thank everyone, all our listeners online and our panelists, both online and offline. We also would like to thank our organizers and hosts. Please stay with us. Please stay tuned. We hope that next time we'll be able to discuss either the adopted GDC or another draft of the GDC. Hopefully the position of Russia will be taken into account. Where are the questions from the floor? We don't have any time left. Maybe one question from the floor? The civil society, maybe? If we're still broadcasting, then all right. We'll take a couple more quick comments. We need a microphone over there and then the microphone over there. Ladies first, if you don't mind.
Я успела посмотреть текст глобального цифрового договора, пока я вас
I reviewed the text of the GDC as I was listening to this panel discussion. It feels like, compared to the report of the United Nations Secretary General, where he talked about what needs to be included into the GDC, the zero draft of the GDC is it's rather vague. It's become rather vague. I don't see any specific stuff in it. By 2030, to agree the indicators, by 2030, to agree on this, implementing the international standards into national, by 2030, to agree on the free flow of data. It feels like this. It feels like a declaration, which is not very specific. Very well, thank you for the comments. I understand that we have another comment on this side of the room. Yeah, I also have a quick comment. The MGIMO students who came here in the morning, are they still here? Have they survived through the session? Oh, that's sad if they've left already. I wanted to address now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, unfortunately, the activity of the MFA in the United Nations is not covered very well. As a representative of civil society, I learn about the proposals of the MFA of the Russian Federation, and not just in terms of GDC, but also the ECOSOC and the many other agencies from the publications of the enemies of Russia and um, foreign agents and stuff. Well, probably they are the only sources of information that you use, but I do read the United Nations publications every day. Yes, but this colleague here mentioned the Working Group on Cybersecurity. Actually, there are two of them. One of them is open-ended, the other one is the other one is a more general group. So only the report on the activities of one of them was published here, while the second group is totally ignored. So thank you very much for giving me the floor now. So once again, obviously, I agree that we must participate in all possible platforms, channels, opportunities, events, regardless of which sources of information we use. It's a pity that MGIMO students are no longer here because they are our hope for the future. But please participate actively in all these groups and agencies and remember, every voice counts. Do you remember this slogan? Again, if you do not speak, your voice will not be heard and will not be accounted for. If you're the civil society, you can talk to me. I'll explain what ways are there to participate. Otherwise, I'd like to ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be more open and to publish more information about your work in the United Nations. Okay, no, I need to address this remark. You mentioned the working group. We are totally open. We have press releases. We publish them on the MFA website. Maria Zakharova organizes press briefings, and her office also covers our work. As to the GDC, we received it in early April, and now is the 9th of April. We are already offering our first comments. As to the Russian position, we can't publish information about every single step we take. Besides, GDC is within the domain of the Ministry of Digital Development, so probably you should ask your questions to them, but we are open, and please read our website instead of other sources of information.
Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, коллеги.
Thank
Ну,
you.
здорово, естественно, да, что удалось
Thank
все-таки
you very much.
живую дискуссию в этом
Дайте
зале
сказать.
под занавес мероприятия. И,
We
конечно,
finally had a discussion.
Вячеслав.
Важный момент, кстати, я
Yes,
забыл
sure.
во время своей презентации, для чего в том числе я все это рассказал. Обычно я заканчиваю всегда одним и тем же. Я призываю гражданское
Usually, I finish my talks with the same message. I invite civil society to be more actively involved in various mechanisms. You see, there were rounds of consultations and this and that, and you have to remember that the national authorities they operate under certain conditions. You shouldn't demand the impossible from the government entities. You can't ask them to disclose absolutely everything about what they do. There are the formats. There is the Russian Internet Governance Forum. You can speak. Well, if you've just spoken here, what I'm saying is that there are various our civil society is very atomized and unstructured. calling upon people all the time.
Альтернативная позиция.
Please join us. Please join the effort. If there are alternative positions, I am the representative of the Russian Federation. I speak on behalf of the Russian government. And then I hear back, where is the Russian civil society, where is the Russian business? It shouldn't be a kind of a general assembly. You know, you can use the available mechanisms. There is RIGF, the civil society can also propose a topic for a discussion, not just criticize, you know, but offer something constructive. How do you think things should be? You know, you want things to be good. Well, being good is not a proposal. There are industrial associations. There are, yes, well, try to improve it, work to improve it. And you want the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to come to you and ask you, what do you think? What do you think? It's not going to happen, right?
Но не совсем так.
Well, not exactly.
Пожалуйста, работайте и работайте на
So
позитив.
please work and bring a positive agenda. If you criticize, you need to propose. And if you propose to do something, then go ahead and do it. Are cocktails already served? Okay, we are done.